courtroom buzz lights up the air. Faces tense as stories tear. Truth and lies like a tango dance. Justice here takes no chance. Gavel strikes, hearts beat fast. Witness takes stand, shadows cast. Whispers loud like wildfire spread. In this game, none's ahead. International eyes on the scene. Lines of right blurred and lean. Arrested dreams, shattered glass. In this court, who holds the past?
Hello, good morning, everybody. Sorry, just looking at something to make sure that everything was fine and is working, and I am unmuted. Today's Thursday. It is cold over here in the UK. I am freezing. But anyway, it's a good day because I am done with work until Monday. I am so happy to have a few days that I can just slip in and do live streaming and just relaxing and not having to wake up at 4 o'clock in the morning in the freezing cold. And it's gonna snow as well. I'm in my comfy clothes as always, still decent but very warm and very cozy. There is actually so much going on today in terms of true crime world, but it's like background stuff. So there is 2 hearings that I want to attend and I need to attend, but sadly I can't not live stream it. So I'll be here. Nightbot will be in the chat and I'll be in the chat as well. Try to pop in and out, but Nightbot, it's going to be there too, just to make sure everything's fine. If the sound is okay and any breaks then might need to skip, you can skip that too. But yeah, so there's 2 cases. That one trial is actually starting pretty soon on the 13th, I think. And then that's so that one, and then the other one, it's like a plea hearing change to see exactly what's happening and an update on the case since now courts are getting started again with hearings, motions, whatnot, and yeah. So we are on day 10 of Darrell Brooks. We have 5 more days to go. My plans is try to do Darrell Brooks. Today is a long day. Long day. It's about 9-hour day. That was a 9-hour day. Tomorrow we'll do day 11, and then on Saturday, I would like to do a shorter stream. So I'm going to probably do one of the cases that, smaller cases that we've been following and that we've been talking about, like I've been doing with Talk, and we just watched the openings, like a trial, mini trial, a condensed trial that we can do. We're probably going to do that on Saturday because I want some time off as well to relax and enjoy my day with the Nightbot. So that's what we're gonna do on Saturday. Sunday, I still need to check because there is something that conflicts with the time of the stream starts, but I might be able to do that remotely and then join the stream later on and do, but we'll see. And then if we don't finish the trial before Monday, if a new trial starts on Monday, we'll catch up during the weekends and or whenever we have time in between courts and everything. But without further ado, we'll start the day because it's gonna be a longer day. I'm just checking the settings is fine, and we're gonna start. I'll be in the chat. Make sure you just like the stream, share it, subscribe if you haven't, and let's get started.
With masks, we've increased the hand sanitizers and the disinfecting wipes. We've always had the hand sanitizers around. There's one on the jury box at the moment, and they've been in the jury room. I'd also like to put on the record that I did advise the jurors on Monday that one of the jurors was not going to be with us any longer due to a health concern. I asked them at that point if anyone had any concern. I did indicate at that point it was a possible exposure, and they all indicated no, they didn't have any concerns. But again, out of an abundance of caution, I feel it's important to now question them while they're in the jury box to ensure that there aren't any issues related to that. So with that, I am going to instruct the jurors to be brought out for that purpose, and then they'll be excused after that so we can continue the discussion regarding that, and then deal with, if need be, the other issues and filings that have been brought to my attention today.
Your Honor, will we be addressing subject matter jurisdiction?
No, not at this time.
Still has yet to be proven for the record.
I don't know if the audio is on, but all right for the jury.
Could you have a microphone available, please, if need be? They're behind you. I don't know if you can see it. Oh, wait, if you could bring me that. Michael, you're not going to do this. You're not going to take testimony. Thank you, everyone. Please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I brought you out here. We are not taking testimony at the moment. I have made a record previously regarding COVID-related concerns with the jurors. I know you are all aware that one juror was excused due to a health concern. I also put on the record that on Monday, when I advised the jurors of that, I asked you all if anyone had a concern regarding that, and that no one indicated they had a concern. I have been made aware of a second issue and potential exposure. And so I wanted to make a record in open court and to ask each one of you if any of you have any concerns about continuing your service in this case due to exposure to COVID. And so I'm just going to go through each one. Probably, hopefully I can see all of your numbers from here. I'll just start from the back row and move from my left to right, front row, my left to right. And I also want to let you all know we have a very, very good HVAC system. I made a record of this while you were not here, but this is a new building. It has brand new technology. I've been told that the HVAC system in the courts tower, and this was told to me by our facilities manager, has a UV light system that disinfects the air at a higher air exchange rate than purifiers, but out of an abundance of caution, I've had 2 air purifiers also put in this courtroom, and I've had 1 put in the jury room. I believe you would be able to confirm for us as well that when you got into the jury room this morning, there were extra sanitation supplies along with masks. And so with that, I am just going to identify you by number. First of all, juror number 11. Do you have any concerns about continuing your service in this case, specifically related to COVID?
No concerns.
All right, thank you. Let me actually go back to, would the fact that you may have been exposed in any way interfere with your ability to pay attention and ultimately render a verdict in this case?
No.
All right, thank you. And then let's see, I know our bar's well. Juror number 48, if you could also answer those 2 questions.
No concerns, both ways.
All right, thank you. And then juror number 46.
No concerns.
Thank you. Juror number 34.
No to both.
Thank you. Juror number 27.
No, also to both.
Thank you. Juror number 30.
No concerns to both.
Thank you. Juror number 1.
No concerns to both.
Thank you. And then what's your number?
6.
6, juror number 6.
No concerns to both.
Thank you. And then juror number 14. I'll just start there.
No concerns to both.
Thank you. Juror number 10.
No concerns to both.
Thank you. Juror number 51.
No concerns to both.
Thank you. Juror number 45.
No concerns to both.
Thank you. Juror number 19.
No concerns to both.
Thank you. Juror number 41.
No concerns to both.
Thank you. And juror number 3.
No concerns to both.
All right. Is there anything I haven't asked of the jurors or any other concerns related to that you would want to bring to my attention? If so, just raise your hand. There are no hands raised. I can also tell you from our initial days of COVID, when we started up jury trials, we do have plexiglass panels that I could put in between anyone who would want one. Is there anyone here who would want that? If so, raise your hand. No hands are raised. That's really all I have. I don't know if there's anything either of the parties would want me to ask the jurors from the state on this topic. All right, Mr. Brooks. All right, thank you. I'm going to excuse the jurors then, and then when we're ready, we'll have you brought back out. And thank you so much. Thank you. Be seated.
Judge, can we ask a question?
Go ahead.
We counted 15 jurors in the courtroom.
I excuse one.
You excused one earlier in the week too, though.
No. I'm only talking about the one. The other one I didn't excuse.
I see. Okay.
And thank you. I'll make a record of that. I did not excuse given when that person reported their symptoms and where we're at today. So it would be,
So that person is here
yes,
and willing to continue serving.
yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Sure. And I will make a further record that none of the jurors are wearing masks. And I'm not going to mandate. I believe it's a personal choice. And that would also be consistent with, I believe, our county policies as well. So unless there are anything related to that, I have a couple of other issues I need to address this morning.
I got something for that.
Go ahead.
The person or the two people rather that are having the COVID concerns. I know you said you wasn't going to ask them had they test positive or the results of any testing. Do you know if there has been exposure on their end to COVID exactly, or is that just a caution thing?
My understanding is that I've had 2 jurors test positive throughout the course of this week.
And
I make a further record that they're the only one within 6 feet of each other, right? And perhaps our civilian bailiffs, they've not been in obviously contact with anyone in the gallery. I don't know if maybe Attorney Opper might be within 6 feet. I don't think so, but I haven't measured it. Obviously, you're not within 6 feet of any of them. But that's a good question to ask, and I'm glad you asked that. And I wanted to make a record of that as well.
yeah, that would be my question to it. I guess in reference to me myself just having the same concern a few weeks ago. So that would be the reason why I would want to know exactly any details that could be provided.
I'm providing all the details that I will. Again, for the record, you have not been exposed, from my opinion, because of the distance that you are away from them, and my understanding based upon my review of county policy.
Yeah,
I'm not saying me myself have been
Understood.
exposed.
Well, that's why I asked them though too, right? I wanted to make sure they had no concerns, or if they had a concern, to see if I could accommodate it in any way. I'm satisfied that if they don't have a concern, that we can continue forward.
Have they ever, the entirety of the jury though, have they been exposed in any way?
I don't know the specifics because of the 6 foot, right, rule, and no one has asked me to investigate that further.
Wouldn't it be smart though to see?
I don't believe that's necessary under the circumstances.
Well, if anything, just for future reference, like what if it plays a part later on?
Well, I'll certainly take your concerns under advisement, and if I believe any further questioning needs to be done, I'll do that. At this point, I don't believe it needs to be done, but I'll think about that and I'll take it under advisement. And if I change my mind, I'll let you know.
Yeah, I'm just saying, because if anything, it probably would be smart for the long run to make sure no one else was compromised, considering that.
Let me make a record there. No one has indicated they are compromised. I don't think we can make assumptions about how anyone who's been exposed or tested is feeling. You can be asymptomatic and test positive. You can have mild symptoms. I trust my jurors that they would report if they're not able to sit through the proceedings. And I will further advise them through the bailiffs that they are to report if they ever get to a point where they feel they're not able to sit through here, and if so that we're advised and I can tell the parties.
Yeah, that's what I was referring to, because it went from Monday, which at that time it wasn't known.
Could have been flu, could have been just not feeling well, could have been anything. And then today is, then you kind of worry about tomorrow, Friday, over the weekend.
Mr. Brooks, I share all of those concerns, but my other concern is that we are in the 3rd week of trial and that we should keep going until the conclusion of this matter, understanding what has happened.
All right, I just wanted to put that on the record because
I appreciate that.
it seemed like the circumstances were different when it was me. Just saying.
Are you making any specific requests given this information?
Well, I believe that the jury clearly all congregate together. I think it would be smart to make sure everybody is tested. I mean, that's it would be smart to do that.
I'm not going to mandate testing for the jurors. That much I can tell you. So that request is denied.
And the grounds for the denial?
I'm not going to mandate it. that the jurors be subjected to testing. They're the ones who indicated they are comfortable being here. They don't have concerns. And again, I would trust them to report to me if anything changes.
I would trust that too, but it still would refer back to Monday when the first knowledge of someone having an illness or a potential illness was those same questions that were asked today, asked Monday.
I did not.
I'm quite sure.
I certainly questioned them much more. It was a very brief. I put what I said to them on the record earlier. It was certainly not what we did here today, and the record reflects that.
Right. I'm quite sure though that all the jurors Monday said they didn't have any concerns as well, and then now today someone else, same thing being said. So
I understand what
if
you're
it
saying.
happens again, same thing being said.
But are you making any specific requests as it relates to this topic and this issue?
Well, you denied the request that
Any other requests?
I just feel like it's smart for them to be tested, so it doesn't come up again in the future, or potentially come up again in the future, because then we'll all be looking back and saying, well, we could have prevented something like this from happening if we had to just nipped it in the bud from the get-go. It's just smart to, like you say, err on the side of caution.
I appreciate that. I'm going to continue. I understand what you're saying, but given the responses of the jurors today, I'm going to continue. I'm going to base this off of their desire to continue, at least what I would interpret as their desire to continue with their service on this case. All right, then I want to talk briefly about the jury view. I did provide the parties with a proposed instruction. Before I get to that, though, Mr. Brooks, I have been thinking about your request yesterday. And I know I indicated to you that I would require you to be there. I've rethought that. I've had the overnight to really think about it. And if that is your decision to not be present for that, what I would say is this. I want you to be advised that you have a right to be at that jury view. Did you hear me say that?
Yeah, I mean, you pretty much told me yesterday about, everything that was going on. I didn't agree to or consent to it being, well, I was still confused about why did there even need to be a jury view. That was my whole thing. I don't see the relevancy of it. And I also didn't agree with or consent to having to be part of something that I don't see as relevant.
I appreciate you making a record of that, but did you hear what I said, that you have a right to be present for it? I've ruled that let me back up. There's been a request from the state to have the jury look at the vehicle that was recovered by the police and, of course, is alleged to be the vehicle that was driven through the parade. Did you hear me advise you of that?
Yes, I heard.
All right, so that motion was addressed previously, and I granted the request for that jury view. Did you hear me say that?
I'm informed.
All right, thank you. So with that, you have a right to be present at that jury view. Did you hear me say that?
I'm informed.
And I would like you to be there. I believe it is a piece of evidence. That's why I've drafted jury instruction 152 the way that I did. Did you hear me say that?
I'm informed.
So my question to you then this morning is, do you want to be present at the jury view of the vehicle?
I don't see the reason why I would need to be present.
Well, that's my question to you, though, is do you want to be present for it? You are the accused in this case. You're the person who the state has alleged committed these acts. The jury view will be to view a piece of evidence that frankly can't come into the courtroom due to its size. And the jury is going to be shown that. So do you want to be present at that?
For the record, I'm not a person. I'm a human being. And no, I do not consent to or agree to being present at the jury view.
All right, then I'm going to honor his request. But what I am going to do, though, is as part of that process in any event, because it's being done in a secure location, is I have ordered that I want to make a record of what's being done. And I want a visual record of what is being done. And so this jury view is going to take place in the Sally Port of the jail, and precautions are being taken so that the jurors do not know where it's at. It'll look like a garage, right? Anything that says jail within the Sally Port is being covered up. That will be verified before anyone is taken in there. They will be transported to there. I'm not sure if they'll walk or drive because it's very close. But then the sheriff's department, because as the court official, I'm in charge of keeping the record, not keeping the record. I'm in charge of making the record. It's the better way to say it. And I want to make sure that there's a record of what is done for this trial and certainly for any appellate purposes if need be. The sheriff's department, excuse me, The sheriff's department is obviously charged with the security and safety of a courtroom, including the jurors. And so I have asked the sheriff's department to record. And so there is a camera with that will be on a tripod that will record what's there before anyone gets there. I've instructed them to take that camera, to walk around the vehicle, and while it's recording, to put it back on the tripod. And before the jurors in the court are brought in, once we are brought in, it will also be recorded, and that contemporaneous recording. So that will be as we will walk around the vehicle one time. That will be recorded, and then both of those recordings are going to be made part of the record. Because the second recording is for the record and has the jurors, at this point, I'm going to seal it so that at least until the conclusion of the case, given the order that I have regarding the what's referenced as an anonymous or numbered jury, so that will be sealed. But what will be released to the public or be made part of the public record, and so therefore any media request, would be that recording that just shows the vehicle without the jurors in it and without the court. So, and then I plan on also bringing that back to the courtroom while the sheriff's department's going to bring it back, and then we'll show it to you at that time.
I have a question though.
Go ahead.
If I have a right to be present, then I have a right to not be present. How can this take place if I don't agree or consent to being present? How can it even still take place without me?
It will take place, sir. I'm just going to honor your request not to be there.
I'm asking a question though. How can it take place without my consent or agreement?
If you don't, it's going to take place. That's how I'm going to answer that, sir. So you not going there is not going to prevent it from happening.
My Lord,
But you can forfeit your right or to be there by your conduct. And by your conduct, by not answering my question, by saying I don't want to be there and I don't consent to it, you will be forfeiting your right to be present and essentially waiving that.
Doesn't I have to sign something for it to be waived?
I don't think so in this case.
Well, yesterday you said something about
I know I said that, and I've had some time to think about that further. I don't believe I need to take a full waiver with you signing anything or even agreeing to the waiver.
So why did I have to do that for when my
I'm not going to answer those questions because that would be for me to give you an explanation of the law.
No,
I'm just going to tell you that I'm not going to require a written waiver from you in order to honor your request to not be at the, or even if I phrase it, your lack of consent to the jury view.
And is that lawful law? Because
sir, I'm not going to go through all the law that applies to that. This is my ruling. If you disagree with it and ultimately there is a conviction, you can raise that on appeal. But your lack of consent is not going to stop the jury view. It's going to happen. It's a piece of evidence that I cannot physically fit in this courtroom. It's too big. There's no way to get it in.
Okay, I'm informed of that. But at the same time, if I haven't signed any waiver, how could it be lawful? I haven't given consent or agreement to a jury view. I haven't waived any right. When the whole issue was brought up on the record yesterday, my first thing that I said was, I don't see the relevancy of why there should even be a jury view. And that was the whole issue. And yesterday I was told about I don't know how you say it, the colloquy or however you say it. I don't know how to pronounce it.
I know what I said. And I'm telling you, I had time to reflect. That was my initial reaction to your statement yesterday, but I've thought about it some more and I'm changing my mind. I don't believe I need to take a full waiver with a colloquy with you and anything in writing. I'm advising you, you have the absolute right to be there. But I'm also advising you that if you choose not to be there, I will honor that request. And I'm not going to force you. I'm not going to direct the sheriff's department to, use any type of force, if you will, or require you or get you there without your consent. You either cooperate with that process or you don't.
The way I interpret the law, though, Your Honor, which the law is designed to be interpreted by the people. The way I interpret that is I have the right or essentially to be there or not to be there, and it still has to be an agreement or consent. That's how I interpret the law.
My ruling on that, sir, is I disagree with you. You do not need to provide consent for the jury view to happen. Your objection is noted for the record. I'll make a specific finding today that it is relevant to these proceedings, to this trial. There is an allegation that you drove through the Waukesha Christmas parade on November 21 of 2021, driving a red Ford Escape, killing and injuring killing 6 and injuring dozens more. The relevance is that there is, in addition to the charges, there's an enhancer that has been charged as it relates to the intentional homicide charges and the first degree recklessly endangering safety, that you committed those acts while using a dangerous weapon. I would direct your attention to the meaning of a dangerous weapon, that the legal definition that was provided to the jurors in the preliminary jury instructions, and that the jury view is related to the evidence that the state is presenting regarding the charges, and specifically the instrumentality that they allege is the dangerous weapon. So there's clear relevance of this vehicle and has evidentiary value. Again, your objection is noted for the record, but I will and am permitting the jury view of the vehicle. With that, I'm going to move on to the jury instruction.
I don't agree or consent to that, Your Honor.
I understand your objection is well noted for the record. I need to keep going though on the pattern and jury.
I'm informed that you need to keep going. I'm not trying to stop you from continuing to go. I'm merely stating for the record that there are things I do not understand how they are being permitted versus the Constitution. I mean, I'm sure you're aware under Article 6, Chapter 2 about the Supremacy Clause, that the Constitution is the supreme law of the land. So how can we disregard?
Mr. Brooks, I'm not disregarding the Constitution. Here's the thing, I've made my ruling, okay? Once I've made a ruling, I do expect that even if you disagree with it, you will not continue to argue it.
It's not
that
argument.
We will continue on with the next topic.
Understand, Your Honor, it's not argument.
Mr. Brooks, I'm not going to explain further other than what I have done, my ruling. My ruling stands. Now I'm going to move on to the jury instruction. I gave the parties 2 documents.
May I respectfully reject that ruling and take exception to that ruling?
Your objection is noted. I'm
For the
moving
record,
on
may
to
I
jury.
request a legal and factual basis for your
Mr.
ruling,
Brooks,
Your
please
Honor?
don't interrupt me, okay? I give you an opportunity to raise your objections and to make your legal arguments,
raising
and then I make a
objection now.
ruling, and then you start in on something else. You need to give me your argument all at once. For you to interrupt me afterward is disruptive to me.
It's not
And
disruptive.
it's interrupting and it's disruptive.
It is definitely not
Well,
disruptive.
if that's my view of things, sir, and what I'm putting on the record is that it does disrupt what I'm doing and the flow of what I'm doing, and needing to move on, having to interrupt what I'm doing so that I can address that once again. Please, please. I know you may not always agree with my rulings, but I'd ask that you show the courtesy and decorum that is expected of everyone. And once I make a ruling, we're going to move on. You don't need to keep objecting because your objection's already been noted for the record. I'm going to continue. We're going to look at jury instruction 152.
Well,
I gave the parties 2 documents yesterday. One was the pattern instruction, which I've modified, and then one is the draft of, and Mr. Brooks, please stop. You're continuing to talk over me.
Because
You're interrupting.
You said I have the right to object, and you didn't let me even get to the objection.
I did, sir.
No, you
Okay?
didn't. I was right
Your
in the middle of
objection
it.
comes before the ruling, not after. Once I make a ruling, we're moving on.
You made a ruling before we even finished the conversation, Your Honor. With all due respect,
Brooks,
before
please
we
stop.
even finished,
That's not true. Okay?
you
It's
said
not
I'm going to
true.
make a ruling. As soon as you even started in about
Mr. Brooks, I'm not
having
going
the
to
time to
spend
think.
hours on end making a ruling about a jury view on something I've already decided. All right. So please, I'm asking you to stop. Stop
No,
interrupting me.
You can't,
And please
you can't
listen.
just disregard the United States Constitution. Which has a
I
supremacy
absolutely am
clause.
not disregarding the
You are.
United States Constitution
You're not
or the
honoring your oath
Constitution of
office.
the state
Your
of
Honor, are you
Wisconsin.
not a public servant?
Okay, Mr. Brooks, you're starting to cross the line. You've already crossed it, but I want to keep going. I want
didn't
you in
cross
this
any line.
courtroom. But if you keep interrupting me and putting you on notice that you run the risk of being forfeiting your right to be present in this courtroom and continuing in the next courtroom so that I can effectively and without interruption continue with the proceedings this
So again,
morning.
you're holding me in contempt.
All right, jury instruction 152, as the state had an opportunity to review
Is
it.
that a judicial determination that I'm being held in contempt?
And I agree generally with the court's proposed instruction. I did submit kind of a counter-proposed instruction following much of the language that you had in your version, Your Honor. I just think it's maybe better to refer to this area as a garage instead of a sally port. I don't know that anybody knows what a sally port is unless they work in this industry. And instead of referring it as being in the Waukesha County Jail, I just suggested a garage attached to the Waukesha County Courthouse. I think that is factually accurate and would dispel any concerns about anybody being in custody or reference to a jail setting. I did email my proposed instruction to your clerk and I e-filed it, but I admittedly just did that a few minutes ago. So that's why I emailed it to the clerk because it's probably not in your queue yet.
All right, why don't we print that off so that Mr. Brooks can review that as well.
Since being called that name, what do I need to be reviewing?
The state has submitted an alternate proposal for instruction 152.
And that's referring to this quote unquote jury view?
Yes. Thank you.
I accept for value in return for value this document. No, I'd like the record to reflect, I still haven't received my original copies of my filings here this morning with the timestamp.
Let me know when you've had an opportunity to review it if you so choose.
I just stated for the record, I accept for value in return for value document.
Do you have any position on the state's proposal?
I'm still trying to understand the whole process.
Mr. Brooks, my question to you is, do you have any position on the state's proposed jury instruction? Otherwise, I'm going to rule on their request.
You're going to rule on the request anyway. I got a lot of questions that don't get answered.
I have to rule on the request, sir. It's been a proposal filed with the court.
You haven't ruled on subject matter jurisdiction yet.
Yes, I have.
No, you
In
haven't.
any event, do you have a position on the jury view, sir?
Yeah, what about subject matter jurisdiction?
One last time, Mr. Brooks, do you have a position on
Can
the
I
state's
go over the
proposed?
document, please? Can I do that, Your Honor?
I'm
Respectfully
sorry?
for the record, may I do that? You seem like the same thing that was there yesterday.
It's not. There are some changes.
What changes?
Reference
It's
to
the same.
the-
It's the same document. That was
Reference to
accepted for value,
the-
returned for value yesterday. The same document.
It's not the same. The changes were put on the record verbally by the state. It's taking out reference to Sallyport of the Waukesha County Jail, referring to it simply as a garage attached to the Waukesha County Courthouse. Those would be in the first two paragraphs. I believe the rest is the same.
So it was a couple words changed.
That's my understanding.
So it's the same document.
Let me know when you're finished reviewing it, and
I don't have to review the same document that was reviewed yesterday, accepted the value and returned for value yesterday.
all right, then let me ask you this, sir. Do you have a position on the proposed instruction from the state?
It's essentially the same document. What was the significance of the change? What's the significance? Garage, Sallyport. What is the relevancy of what it's called?
State want to put on the record again the basis for the changes you made.
Your Honor, to my way of thinking, it is beneficial to the defendant. It removes any reference to Sallyport, which some may recognize as being part of the Waukesha County Jail. It removes reference to the jail itself. And then in the second sentence, the pattern instruction was worded and the court followed it. You will be taken to the Sallyport in the custody of the jury bailiffs. I just thought it was better to change that. You will be taken to the garage by the jury bailiffs. Again, removing the use of the word custody is it's factually true, but it's really irrelevant. And just to be cautious, Your Honor.
With that, sir, do you have any?
I don't fundamentally understand that. I think everyone's well aware that I'm in custody. So how does the wording change what's already known? Everybody knows that I'm housed in the Waukesha County Jail. How does the wording change what's already known? It's reported on every single day, as it has been since the beginning of trial and even before that. So I don't think anyone's not privy to the knowledge of where I'm housed and that I'm in custody. How does changing the wording change what's already known?
Thank you. From my perspective, of course, when I drafted this yesterday, factually, what I put in there would be accurate because that's where the jury view is going to take place. I think changing the verbiage so that it says a garage attached to the Waukesha County Courthouse takes away any possibility that other law enforcement is condoning what is happening or somehow related to the case. It is true, the location was selected due to your custodial status and being able to secure the area for the court, for you, for the jurors, etc. But it's also a controlled environment, I think, a good thing for purposes of the jury view. And so I am going to adopt the draft that was submitted by the state. It still is factually accurate. And from my perspective, again, the importance of this instruction is to tell them what is and what is not evidence, and to instruct them to not talk during this time. They can't discuss what they see during this time. This instruction will be read while we are still in the courtroom prior to the parties in the court going to the Sally Port for that viewing. And I've already discussed how it will be contemporaneously recorded so that it's part of the record as well.
So if I was there, where will I be at?
My understanding, if you choose to be there, is you will be escorted like you are in court here. Now the bailiffs would be with you. You'd be in your suit.
No, where will I be at?
I don't know exactly. That's up to the sheriff's department as to where all the parties are going to stand. Obviously, we're not going to commingle you with the state or the state with jurors or you with the jurors or the court or anything like that. My understanding is we'll have sort of assigned places and that it's only myself who will walk around. And I may not even do that. I have to think about that. But the jurors are the ones who are going to walk around the vehicle one time.
So I don't get to walk around the vehicle?
I can have you do that before the jurors come in. I certainly can have you do that if you would like. I can give the parties that opportunity.
And may I add something else, Your Honor? I agree with everything the court said. I also think Mr. Brooks should understand that it will be a fair process. He's not going to be led into the room in shackles in front of the jury. What it's my understanding from Captain Dussault, the attorneys for the state, the prosecution team will be in the room. Mr. Brooks will be in the room. We will be in our assigned location. It will be fair. It will match. There will be basically no distinction between how Mr. Brooks appears to the jury versus how we appear to the jury. We will be in there first. If the court's willing to allow him to walk around the car one time to look at it, we have no objection to that. And then the jurors will come in. No one will speak. They will do one lap around the car. They will leave the room, and then the parties will leave the room. That's my understanding, Your Honor.
And I will add to that, because it's been a while since I had some preliminary discussions with the sheriff's department on this, that if however many bailiffs, sheriff's deputies are with you, I want the same number with the state, right? And that's what we mean by it will look no different. So each party will be accompanied by deputies.
I have a question to that.
Okay.
How come none of that knowledge of how it would be conducted was discussed with me? I didn't know anything about how the bailiffs would actually do things, how certain things would go. This is my first time hearing this.
Well, we have preliminary.
I don't understand it.
We have preliminary discussions at the time of the request back in August when you still were represented by counsel. And then I had some additional preliminary discussions, if you will, internally with court staff, which included Captain Dussault and someone from the jail to talk about it and the logistics of it. And then, of course, we're having the discussion now, which is, again, why there's no jury here now. I wanted to wait until the appropriate time and then make a record of everything.
But
At no time did I have conversations independently with the state. They had filed a letter at one point because they themselves had, again, my understanding, and Attorney Opera can correct me if I'm wrong, had some discussions to see if it was feasible. They had some discussions with Captain Dussault. And Captain Dussault is with the Waukesha County Sheriff's Department. Of course, the Waukesha County Sheriff's Department and the sheriff is statutorily responsible for the security of the campus, security of the courtroom. And so that would be the proper person for any party to have discussions about a piece of evidence such as this. But I did not have any discussions with the state myself. That only happened in the setting of a courtroom or when a letter was received and I reviewed it.
I haven't reviewed that letter or seen it. Don't you think that?
It was specifically addressed at the jury status hearing, at which time he was represented by Attorney Perry and Attorney Keys. It is on file and it was addressed by this court. Many of these details, Your Honor.
All right.
Many of the same details that's being discussed right now at this moment.
All right, Mr. Brooks, do you have a request as it relates to any of that?
Well, yeah, I'm still trying to understand the whole how this is all working. And then it was a reference to how the shackles would look, or how being shackled or not being shackled. I'm guessing that I can't just walk around freely. With bailiffs, I'm sure there'll be some type of shackles.
I will tell them you are not to be shackled visibly for the jury to see.
And what do you mean by visibly, Your Honor?
So Obviously, when you sit in court, you're shackled to a table. They can't see that. I'm not going to have you in belly chains or in leg shackles. You're just going to be escorted. And it will be up to them how they determine.
Well, he may be in leg shackles, Your Honor, if there's a table or some way that they can keep that out of the view of the jury. Just like he is in court. He's shackled in court. He has been for 3 weeks.
Actually, these are
The security has to be left at the discretion of the sheriff's department.
leg shock devices, not shackles.
Sir, the security is up to the sheriff's department. I should be careful not to overstep my bounds on that. And, you know, whatever is done, it should not be viewable or visible to the jury.
And why is that, Your Honor? I don't understand that part. Why is the jury not privileged to see?
That is to your benefit.
Shock.
I'm not going to explain that any further.
I don't understand. I'm just seeking to understand. I don't know.
All right, I need to move on. So unless there's a specific request other than a statement that you're making about your lack of understanding, I need to move on with the other topics.
There is a specific request. Why do I have to have ankle shocks on my ankles to appear at this jury view thing?
I guess I'm not aware of what you're talking about. So were you advised by the sheriff's department that that would be the case?
But the DA just said that I would have the ankle shocks on.
No, shackles, she said.
No, these are not shackles. They're shock device.
Judge, I think perhaps we can move on. I think maybe because this is going to have to occur on a break, the bailiffs can take him down there if Captain Dussault is willing, show him what it's going to be like, show him how he's going to get there, and he can decide at that point if he wants to be there or not when the jury comes in the room. We're spending a lot of time talking about security and things that are frankly beyond your knowledge and my knowledge.
I object to that. I'm simply trying to understand, why do I need ankle shocks?
I'm going to leave the security. I'm not going to make any specific orders. I'm going to backtrack a little bit. I will leave the security of the jury view to the Waukesha County Sheriff's Department. That is their responsibility. And I trust that they will do what needs to be done to maintain the security, no different than what they do here. And in their discretion will determine how best that takes place. And if I need to address anything after that or at that point in time, then it should be brought to my attention. But we are going to move on this morning.
So I should discuss that with the sheriff?
Yes. So I know, Mr. Brooks, you filed with the court 2 documents. I'm going to take them under advisement.
No, it's one document. It's one. It was 2 papers, but it's one document.
Oh, all right. Thank you for that clarification. It's 1 filing, 2 papers, just front side, entitled Alleged Defendant Jurisdictional Challenge and Mandatory Judicial Notice by Affidavit. It references the case caption, the case number. I will simply take it under advisement and I'll review it later. And if I believe it needs to further be addressed, I will do that. But it's my understanding, sir, that you are requesting the original back. Is that true?
Yes.
So normally, just so you know, when documents are filed with the court, we maintain the original until it's scanned in and it's audited. And then because under the statute, once it's e-filed or into the electronic filing system in the electronic case, I believe we just destroy the documents at that point. So I don't have an issue giving you back the original, but it needs to run the normal course. My clerk needs to scan it in. I've advised you of this previously, but in the courtroom, we don't have the time stamp. We just have the date stamp. I will state for the record that you provided this. It was right away at the beginning of the morning. So at 8:30 a.m. is when it was filed with the court. So that will be on the record. And then at some point today, when we're on a break, my clerk can scan it in and then provide the original back to you. And then I'll have the electronic copy to review and address as I deem appropriate. Here you go, Madam Clerk.
I want to say to that too, in reference to that, I actually said on record numerous times that I wanted the original copies of all my filings. I've actually said that 3 times on the record. This would be the 4th time. Every filing that I'm
going to give it back to you, sir, but I'm not required to by law.
Well, I'm just saying on record that I've asked for that numerous times.
Your statement's noted for the record. All right.
So would I be able to get all the original copies of all my filings?
I'm not going to address that any further, sir, because I am not the official keeper of the record. As to what was filed this morning, as a courtesy, we will provide you back with the original once it's scanned and it's in my electronic file.
I was told that you make the decision if I can get the original copy.
And I just made a determination you could have the original back of this.
Can I have the originals for all my filings?
I'm not going to address that right now, sir. I don't have time, frankly, to look through everything that you filed to determine whether we've given you originals or not. In the future,
I have the copies. I don't have the originals.
All right, I'm going to move on.
I have them here.
This is taking up valuable time with the jury. We need to keep going.
Is that a judicial determination, Your Honor, that I can't get an answer to something?
I don't believe there's any other preliminary issues we need to address unless the parties have anything from the state.
Just very briefly, Your Honor, to advise the court, I have 4 witnesses here that I believe are very brief records custodian type witnesses on some video evidence. I'm hoping my direct should take 5 to 10 minutes for each of them. And then I have 2 police officers who will be testifying. There will be some physical evidence involved when those officers testify. And Detective Casey went to retrieve it and he will bring it to the courtroom. When that moment comes, do you want me to have Detective Regland take the exhibits to the witness stand, or what is the court's direction on that?
I would like you to provide it to the Sheriff's Department bailiff who's in the courtroom, my bailiff, who will then take it to the witness.
Okay, Deputy Bordeaux and yes, okay, I understand. Thank you.
All right, thank you for the roadmap for today, if you will. Anything preliminary other than the filing, sir, and other than the topics we've discussed this morning?
Yeah, I'm still wondering when I'll get the copies back for the ICS that I filed.
I can't answer that. I don't have those, sir. You'll have to reach out to Clerk of Court Monica Paz.
Well, what happened to them?
I don't know. They're not part of the record. So you'll
They
have to
should
take
be.
it up with her by an inmate communication form and ask her for those, but I'm not going to address that any further on the record. All right, let's
should
bring the
be.
jury up.
Oh, it's kind of funny that they disappeared. No,
that
ICF
assumes
disappeared
the fact, not
before.
evidence, sir. So
They haven't disappeared before. I've always got copies. What's the difference now?
All rise for the jury.
we need to make a record.
So I have to readdress her the same thing in order to get copies that I've always been getting since the beginning of you telling me to file ICF.
So as a courtesy, if you want to make a list of whatever documents you believe you have not been provided copies with, I will, as a courtesy, instruct my clerk, Teresa. They're not going to be dates or timestamps other than what's in the file. They'll be from the electronic file, but you need to provide her with a list, and then I will do that as a courtesy to you. But I'm not required to do that. But as a courtesy, I will do that. And as far as any ICFs, if they weren't directed to me, then you will have to follow up with Clerk of Court Monica Paz. I don't have them. They're not part of the file.
Then why were you getting them before?
You'll have to ask her that.
I have to ask her why you were getting them before?
My understanding is they were forwarded to me, sir, but
So what happened to this one being forwarded to you?
sir, I can't answer that. I can't answer what I don't know. So
It
the
seems
jury's
like
coming
you're trying
in.
to
We're going
avoid
to
it. That's
we're
what
going
it
to
seems
continue
like.
with the trial. So thank
Just like
you.
you've avoided subject matter jurisdiction. You haven't proven that on the record.
Thank you, everyone. Please be seated. And thank you for your patience this morning as the court addressed some legal issues with the parties. All right. If the state would please call their next witness.
Thank you, Judge. The state calls Steve Schloman.
Good morning, Mr. Schulman. If you would please make your way to the witness stand, which is up one riser to my right. When you get there, please remain standing. Raise your right hand. My clerk, Teresa, who's on my left, will swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you, sir. Please have a seat. You can just give me 1 second. All right, go ahead. If you would please state your first and last names for the record and then spell each.
Stephen Schloman, Steven Schlomann.
Thank you. Go ahead, your witness.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Schloman.
Morning.
So what is your job title?
I'm the IT director at Waukesha School District.
And are you aware as to whether or not the school district maintains security cameras at the buildings on the school district property?
Yes, we do.
Overruled. It's foundational. The witness may answer.
I'm sorry.
Yes, we do.
Okay. And specifically, is there school district property located at the address of 222 Maple Street or Avenue in the city of Waukesha?
Yes.
Overruled. It's foundational. The state or the witness may answer. And leave you did, and your answer will stand. If there is an objection, sir, wait until I rule on it before you answer it. Thank you. Go ahead.
What building is that location, sir?
That is our district office.
And is there more than one security camera on that building?
Overruled. The witness may answer.
Yes.
How many are there, sir?
Overruled. The witness may answer.
I'm not exactly sure, but I believe there's about 8.
Okay. Directing your attention to the days following November 21 of 2021, were you contacted by the Waukesha Police Department for any reason?
Yes, I was.
For what reason?
They asked me to look at my external security camera footage to see if I saw anything unusual on it.
And that would be specific to the building at 222 Maple Avenue?
That's correct.
Overruled, the answer.
I'm going to show you an item that's been marked as, well, let me ask you one other foundational question. Do your security cameras record the activity
Yes, they are recorded on a digital video recording system.
and can be viewed later?
That's correct.
Okay. So when the police came to you in the days following November 21 of 21, did they ask you to check a certain day and time on the video recording for the building at 222 Maple?
Objection.
Overruled, the witness may answer.
Yes, they asked me to look at Sunday. Well, this was Monday when they contacted me, and they asked me to look at Sunday at approximately 4:30 p.m. in that range.
Okay. And did you do that, sir?
Yes, I did.
And did you view any video that you thought may be helpful to the police?
Yes.
Did you turn those recordings over to the police?
Yes, I did.
Had you changed or altered the content of the recording in any way?
Objection, leading.
Overruled, the witness may answer.
No, I have not edited it or changed it in any way.
Okay. Now I'm going to show you first an item that's been marked as Exhibit 157. And for the record, Your Honor, I'm just laying the foundation with these videos with this witness. I do not intend to display them at this time.
Will there be more than one?
With this witness has two,
And that would be exhibit 157 and,
158.
all right, thank you, go ahead.
So is there an image on the screen in front of you, sir?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recognize what we're seeing there, sir?
Yes.
Could you please tell us what is shown on the front screen of Exhibit 157?
Objection, leading.
Overruled, the witness may answer.
This is the side of our Lindholm Administration Building at 222 Maple.
Okay. Do you need to see the like 5 or 10 seconds played, or are you confident that's what we're looking at here?
I'm confident that's what we're looking at.
All right. Do you believe the video contained in Exhibit 157 will be a true and accurate depiction of the events from this location on November 21 of 21?
Objection. Speculative.
Do you want him to see the video first? Why don't you show him the video first?
Well, the video is 20 minutes long, Your Honor.
Oh, all right.
Or I'm sorry, 11 minutes long. But I think he's made the adequate foundation, Your Honor, that he's confident where this camera is and what it shows.
All right, with that, the objection's overruled, and I'll receive Exhibit 157.
Thank you. Now I'm going to display for the witness only Exhibit 158. Do you recognize what is shown in Exhibit 158?
Yes.
Please describe it.
This
Objection, leading.
Overruled, the witness may answer.
is our rear parking lot at the Lindholm Administration Building.
At that same address?
222 Maple, yes, that's
Okay.
correct.
Is this a second camera?
Objection, leading.
Correct.
Overruled, the witness may answer.
Correct. This is a second camera.
And does this appear to be one of the video clips that you also provided to the Waukesha Police upon their request?
Yes.
And for the record, again, Your Honor, this entire video is 11 minutes in duration. Based on the testimony of the witness, I do not intend to play any of it at this time, but I would move to admit 158.
Objection. It's not intended to play. What's the relevancy?
The objection is noted, is overruled, and Exhibit 158 is received.
Thank you. I don't have any other questions, sir.
All right, thank you. Go ahead, sir. Do you have any questions for this witness?
Brief. Before today, sir, well, first of all, good morning.
Good morning.
Before today, had you seen these exhibits or videos, rather, 157 and 158?
I've seen this video when I collected it off our system.
And do you recall seeing the first one?
Yes, I do.
Do you recall when you saw those videos?
I saw those Monday morning when my detectives came and asked me to review video footage.
And do you recall the name of the detective that you reviewed the footage with?
I do not recall the name of the detective, no.
And after that, after initially viewing these videos, Did you follow up with law after that?
Yes, I did.
And it would be fair to assume that that was strictly about the videos.
Correct.
And had you obtained any knowledge outside of what was shown in the videos?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
Had you obtained any knowledge to why you were asked to provide those videos at that time?
No, I was just asked to look at my videos and see if I saw anything unusual, any unusual activity in the parking lot.
And do you recall being informed that it was a possibility that you would be testifying in this matter?
No, I did not know that.
Were you subpoenaed at any time?
Yes, I was.
And do you recall about how long ago you received that subpoena?
Several weeks ago.
So pretty recent, would be fair to say.
Yes, I would. Well, several weeks ago. I'm not sure if that's your definition of recent or not, but
Do you recall who served you the subpoena?
Objection relevant.
Grounds.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
the district attorney's office from Waukesha.
Do you recall if it was a specific district attorney?
I do not recall.
Do you recall if you were contacted by the plaintiff in this matter?
Objection.
Grounds.
Vague.
Sustained as to the form of the question.
Do you recall having a conversation with the plaintiff?
Objection.
Grounds.
Misleading, legally inaccurate statement.
Grounds.
Sustained as to the form of the question.
Do you recall having a phone conversation with the plaintiff in these
Same objection.
grounds?
Sustained as to the form of the question.
Do you yourself recall reaching out to the plaintiff in this matter?
I'm not sure who the plaintiff is. Can you define that for me?
The plaintiff would be who's bringing the claim.
And I object. Well, I realize there's no question at this point, but if he's going to ask the witness to answer his prior question, now that he's clarified this is irrelevant questioning.
We'll see what his question is first.
I asked it.
Please ask your question again so that I'm clear.
Have you yourself ever reached out to the plaintiff in this matter?
And my objection is it's vague and it's legally inaccurate.
Sustained as to the form of the question.
Do you even know if there's a plaintiff in this matter?
Objection
Grounds.
argumentative.
Sustained as to the form of the question.
Have you yourself filed any complaint in this matter?
Objection
Grounds.
irrelevant.
Overruled. The witness may ask. May answer, sorry.
I have not, no.
Do you know of anyone who filed a claim in this matter?
Objection
Grounds.
irrelevant.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
I do not.
And do you recall when you submitted the videos to law enforcement?
I submitted them on Monday afternoon.
And do you recall what method you submitted it in?
The detectives came to my office and they viewed the video on my system directly, and then they asked me to put it on a flash drive. So I downloaded it on a flash drive, exported it to a flash drive, and then they took it.
No further questions?
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor, I'd ask Mr. Schulman be excused.
All right, thank you, sir. You may step down. And he is excused.
State will call Robert Stone.
All right, good morning, Mr. Stone. If you would please make your way to the witness stand, which is up by me to my right, up one riser. When you get there, please remain standing. Raise your right hand. My clerk, Teresa, who's on my left, will swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you, sir. Please have a seat. The first thing I will have you do is to state your first and last names for the record and spell each.
First name is Robert, R-O-B-E-R-T. Last name Stone, S-T-O-N-E. Two capital I's on this end because I'm the second.
Very good. Thank you. Go ahead, your witness.
Good morning, Mr. Stone.
Good morning.
Sir, on the date of November 21, 2021, where did you live?
I reside at 424 Dunbar Avenue in Waukesha.
Do you have any security cameras at your home, sir?
I do.
And do the security cameras have a way to record or save events that are captured on the camera?
They do.
Objection leading.
Overruled foundational, the witness may answer. And just so you know, sir, if there is an objection, wait to answer the question until I rule on the objection. Thank you. Go ahead.
To your knowledge, sir, was your security camera system operational on November 21 of 2021?
Objection
Yes.
speculative.
Overruled, the witness may answer, and he did his answer.
Was there a time where you turned over video from that security system to Waukesha Police sometime around November 21 of 2021?
Objection leading.
Overruled, the witness may answer.
Yes.
What kind of security camera do you have, sir?
Objection leading.
Overruled, you may answer, sir.
It's just a generic NVR system.
Okay. And police came to your house? Is that right?
They did.
Okay. What did you give them?
They came to my house and my mother-in-law had answered and they had asked about the security cameras and she told them that it was her son-in-law's. And then I retrieved the footage and turned it into the police department.
Before you turned it into the officers, did you alter the content of the video in any way, sir?
Objection
Absolutely.
speculative.
Overruled, please wait, sir. Overruled, the witness may answer.
Absolutely not.
I'm going to have Exhibit 155 displayed on the screen in front of you, sir. And this clip is 40 seconds long, so I'm going to play it for the witness only, in full, at regular speed.
Go ahead.
That's not regular speed, Your Honor.
Please wait for cross. We'll have the state question the witness about that, though.
All right, if you could start it at the 00 again, just put up that. Sir, did you see that 40-second clip that was just displayed?
I did.
Do you believe that's a true and accurate capture of the events at your residence on November 21 of 21?
Objection speculative.
Overruled, you may answer.
It is.
I noticed in the upper right-hand corner of the video, there appears to be a date and time stamp. Do you see that?
Yes.
Objection relevancy.
Do you believe,
Hold on. Overruled, the witness may answer.
Yes.
do you believe that date and time stamp was accurate?
It is, but it's off by the daylight savings time.
Okay.
So
So it reads, what does it read
it's currently reading 4:59.
for the time of day?
Correct.
AM or PM?
PM.
Okay. What do you recall the real day and time to be?
Objection leading.
Overruled, the witness may answer.
Would have been an hour earlier.
Okay. And do you You recognize the scene that's shown here, sir?
Yes.
What are we seeing here?
My garage and my vehicles and my backyard.
All right. Move to omit 155, Your Honor.
Objection, relevancy.
Overruled. The objection is noted, but Exhibit 155 is received. And I'm sorry, did you ask to publish?
No.
Okay. Thank
No
you.
further questions at this time, Your Honor.
All right. Very well, sir. Do you have any questions for this witness?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Good morning, Mr. Stone. Before today, had you viewed that footage before today?
Yes.
And do you recall seeing anything unusual?
Not sure I understand the question.
Do you recall seeing anything unusual
Do you mean in the footage or?
in the footage?
Go ahead and answer with that understanding.
I guess not. No.
So if you don't recall seeing anything unusual in the footage, what would be the purpose to turn it into law enforcement?
Objection.
Grounds.
Argumentative and a misstatement, Your
Grounds.
Honor.
The way it's phrased, I believe it calls for speculation on the part of the witness, as well as the other reasons indicated by the state. So I'll sustain it as to the form of the question.
Why did you turn the video footage into law enforcement?
I was asked to go through my camera footage.
Even though you hadn't saw anything unusual?
Sure. Correct.
And you stated that the time was off because of daylight savings time?
Correct.
And so it would have been an hour earlier than what was being shown?
I believe so. Yes. Correct.
Can you state where that particular camera is positioned on your residence?
It's on the back of my home facing my garage.
Do you recall what law enforcement agency you turned that footage in to?
Was the Waukesha Police Department.
Do you recall what officer you spoke with when you turned in the video footage?
I do not.
You stated that you saw the footage before today. Any idea exactly what we were looking at?
Recorded footage of my backyard.
Pretty standard to any other footage from any other day?
I guess I don't understand that question.
Is it pretty much the same thing you would see any day if you viewed that footage?
It's recorded footage of my backyard.
Is it pretty much the same footage you would have saw if you viewed it every day?
Sure.
And do you recall if you were subpoenaed to testify in this matter?
Yes. Yeah, I received a letter.
Do you recall by whom?
Waukesha County was on the envelope. I don't remember the names on it.
Do you recall how long ago that was?
I do not.
Did you yourself at any time file a claim in this matter?
No.
Do you know of anyone who has filed a claim in this matter?
No.
Have you ever talked to the plaintiff in this matter?
Objection.
Grounds.
Sustained as to the form of the question.
Have you yourself ever reached out to the plaintiff in this matter?
Objection.
Grounds.
Sustained as to the form of the question.
Have you ever had any personal interaction with the plaintiff in this matter?
Objection.
Grounds.
Vague, argumentative, irrelevant.
Sustained.
Sustained for those reasons stated by.
Sustained is the form of the question as well.
Are you sure if there is a plaintiff in this matter?
Objection.
Grounds.
Additive. Irrelevant.
Sustained for those reasons.
Were you at any time informed that there's a plaintiff in this matter?
Objection.
Grounds.
Irrelevant.
Sustained.
For the reasons stated by.
Sustained.
For the reasons stated
Yes.
by.
Also as to the form of the question.
Have you at any time seen anywhere, read anywhere that there's a plaintiff in this matter?
Objection, Your
Grounds.
Honor. Irrelevant.
Grounds.
Sustained. Also as to the form of the question.
No further questions.
Thank you. May I redirect?
No, Your Honor, I'd ask Mr. Stone be excused.
Thank you, sir. You may step down. And yes, he's excused.
Thank you.
You may call your next witness.
State calls Andrew Emerson.
What was the name again?
Andrew Emerson.
All right, thank you. Good morning, Mr. Anderson. If you would please make your way to my witness stand, which is to my right. Up one side, sir. When you get there, please remain standing, raise your right hand, and my clerk Teresa will swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Please have a seat. The first thing I will ask you to do is to state your first and last name for the record, and then spell each.
Andrew Emerson, capital Andrew, capital Amerson.
Thank you. Go ahead, your witness.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Emerson.
Morning.
Sir, on November 21 of 2021, where did you live?
435 Dunbar?
Is that here in the city of Waukesha?
Yes.
And is that your home?
Yes.
Overruled is foundational. The witness may answer. If there is an objection, sir, I will need to rule on it first before you answer, so just wait until I do that. Thank you.
Okay.
Do you have any security cameras at your home, sir?
Yes, I do.
And did you back then in November of 21?
Objection leading.
Overruled. The witness may answer. It's foundational.
Yes.
To your knowledge, were they in working order on November 21 of 21?
Objection speculation.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
Yes.
Does your security camera have recording capability?
Objection leading.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
Yes.
And can the recordings be viewed at a later time?
Yes.
At some point close to November 21 of 2021, maybe a day or two later, were you contacted by the Waukesha Police Department?
Objection leading.
Overruled.
I was contacted on Monday and on Wednesday.
Okay. Why were the officers at your house, sir?
My cameras are evident from the street, so they were curious if they were in working order and if they could look at them.
Did you agree to that?
Absolutely.
And did they specifically obtain recordings related to the date of November 21 of 21?
Objection leading.
Overruled. The witness may answer. It's foundational.
Yes.
Did you ultimately provide a copy of those recordings to the officers?
Yes, on Wednesday.
How did you do that, sir?
I gave them the operating system after acquainting them with the monitor and how it all worked.
Okay.
And they were focused on a certain area to the west.
Okay.
And I showed them how to get a good view on that and welcome them to have it if they needed it.
Did they take it?
Yes.
Before you turned it over to them, sir, did you change the content of the recording in any way?
Objection
No.
leading.
Sorry.
And speculative.
Overruled. As to both objections, the witness may answer.
Nothing was changed.
Okay. I'm going to ask you to look at the screen next to you. I'm going to put up Exhibit 156. This is a 9-second clip. Can you see that, sir?
I can.
All right. I'm going to play that clip for you at regular speed in its entirety.
Sir, how many seconds is the clip?
9 seconds, Your Honor.
Can we make sure it's playing at regular speed?
Did you see that clip, sir?
Yes, I did.
Is that a portion of the recording that you turned over to the Waukesha Police Department?
Yeah, that's a camera that faces west.
Okay. Do you believe that exhibit, what we just showed you, that video is a true and accurate representation of the events that evening near your home?
Yes.
And if you look on the screen, sir, do you see a date and time stamp for the video?
Yes.
Objection, lead.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
What was the date and time stamp that the video was recorded, please?
November 21, 2021 at 4:46:41 p.m.
Thank you, sir. I move for admission of 156, Your Honor.
Objection, relevancy.
Overruled. The exhibit 156 is received.
No further questions.
Thank you. You may be questioned by Mr. Brooks. Now go ahead, sir. Do you have any questions?
Yes, I do. Good morning, Mr. Emerson. Would it be fair to say that you saw the video footage before today?
I saw it on the day of and the days following.
And what, if at anything, do you see on the video?
I see a man crossing the street, coming down from the properties across the street.
And you said a man. Would you say it's fair to say that from the video, this is a pretty good distance from where your camera was positioned?
That video image is a good distance. It's about 50 yards.
And you can tell from the video that you just watched today, you can tell the gender of the individual that you saw crossing the street, as you say?
Well, when I saw it originally, I had zoom. Okay, the feature of the camera zooms, so your image was real clear.
So the image was real clear when you had zoom. Any reason why this particular image doesn't have that feature?
They can do whatever they want.
Objection.
Hold on, there's an objection.
Sorry.
Let me rule on it.
Beyond the scope of the witness's knowledge, Your Honor.
I'll overrule if you know the answer.
I don't know what decisions they made in choosing the display.
And was that all you saw in the video, or did you see anything else unusual, something that may have caught your eye? Or
That's the only thing that I was focused on.
And do you recall what agency you was contacted by about the video footage?
The detectives that came to my home on Monday identified themselves and then told me that other detectives might show up on Wednesday, and other detectives did show up on Wednesday. I didn't write down their names.
Do you recall what agency they were from?
Police department.
Do you recall if they were Waukesha Police Department or some other jurisdiction?
I'm pretty sure they were Waukesha, but I didn't ask.
Did those detectives ever follow up with you after those initial dates from that Monday, I think you said, and the Wednesday?
Never saw her again after Wednesday.
Did you yourself follow up with law enforcement after those 2 visits?
No.
And do you recall when you were subpoenaed to testify in this matter?
Late July, early August.
Do you recall by whom?
Waukesha County District Attorney's Office.
Do you recall whose name was on that subpoena?
I would have to take a look at it to recall it.
And once you received the subpoena, did you call the Waukesha District Attorney's Office to gather any information about the subpoena?
On a few days, getting close to October 3rd, I made a phone call to ask if I was going to be somebody that they needed on October 3rd, because I hadn't heard anything from them.
Do you recall who you spoke with at that time?
I believe the person that gave me the information that was helpful to me was Carrie Peterson.
It would be fair to say at that time you were notified that you possibly were needed to testify.
It was an unknown still at that point. Later, I received a text saying that I was on call as a witness.
Did you receive that text the same day that you called the district attorney's office or sometime after?
It might have been the same day. It might have been the next day.
Did you yourself at any time file any claims in relation to this matter?
No.
Do you know of anyone who filed any claims in relation to this matter?
That's a privacy issue.
You may answer the question.
I know that my grandchildren received counseling, and I think that a Waukesha Community Fund might have helped cover some of that.
Do you recall the name of the fund?
No.
And to your knowledge, the fund that you speak of was strictly geared towards counseling?
I'm not privy to what it was geared toward.
So would it be fair to say that there was a financial interest attached to this incident?
Absolutely not.
And
There's a mental health interest.
And how's everybody doing now? Are they okay?
Objection irrelevant.
Grounds
Sustained.
for relevance?
Yes.
Have at any time you yourself had any personal interactions with the plaintiff in this matter?
Objection.
Grounds.
Sustained is the form of the question.
Do you know if there's a plaintiff in this matter?
Objection
Grounds.
irrelevant.
Sustained.
Grounds for sustain, Your Honor.
Not relevant.
Do you recall if the plaintiff in this matter reached out to you in any way?
Objection
Grounds.
irrelevant. Asked and answered.
Grounds.
Sustained for those reasons. Also as to the form of the question.
Just for the record, it wasn't asked and answered, just for the record.
Next question, please.
Did you yourself know if there even is a plaintiff in this matter?
Objection argumentative.
Sustained. As to the form of the question.
No further questions.
Thank you, sir. Any redirect?
No, I'd ask that Mr. Emerson be excused, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. You may step down and you are excused. Go ahead.
State Cole Leonard Miller.
Good Good morning, Mr. Miller. If you would please make your way to the witness stand, which is to my right. It is up one riser. When you get there, please remain standing. Raise your right hand. My clerk, Teresa, who's on my left, will swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Please have a seat.
Okay.
First thing I will ask you to do is to state your first and last names for the record and then spell each.
Leonard Miller, Leonard, Miller, Miller.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Mr. Miller, on November 21 of 2021, where did you reside?
Overruled. The witness may answer.
126 Central Avenue,
That's here in the city of Waukesha?
Waukesha, yes.
Okay. Do you have any home security systems in place at your residence, sir?
Objection, speculative.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
Yes, I have 2 doorbell cameras and a floodlight cam.
Are you able to record the events that are captured on the security camera?
Yes,
And can those recordings be shared with others?
yes.
At some point, shortly after November 21 of 2021, were you contacted by the Waukesha Police Department?
It was actually that evening.
Okay. Tell us about it, please.
Well, actually, after everything transpired, I just got done setting up my Christmas lights, and I was in the house, and my wife came down from taking a shower, and I said, let's go look at the lights. We stepped outside. Well, we started to step out the front door, and there was actually a SWAT team in our front yard.
Okay.
So I said, we're not going to look at the lights now. So then after a little bit, I started looking through my cameras, and I noticed somebody running up my driveway on the one camera.
Did you
So
recognize the person?
I did not.
Okay.
Sorry.
Hold on. Is it an objection? It's overruled. His answer may stand. If there are further objections, please wait until I rule on them before you
Sorry.
answer. That's okay. Thank you.
Okay, so you saw somebody on the recording that you did not recognize.
Correct.
What?
Hold on. Overruled.
Answer.
It's foundational. I'll allow it, but please move on.
Answered already.
What did
Go
you,
ahead.
What did you do when you saw that, sir?
I called the Waukesha Police Department, and a short while later, a couple officers came over and walked through my property and through the garage and made sure nobody was there. Then about an hour or so later, I believe it was a detective called me and asked if I could send them the copy of the video.
Did you do that?
I did.
Prior to doing that, did you alter the content of the video in any fashion, sir?
No,
Overruled. The witness may answer. Go ahead.
I did not. I have no way of, I wouldn't know how to.
Okay. How did you send it to the police officers?
Via email?
I'm going to put up on your screen next to you, Exhibit 159, please. This is a 20-second clip, and I'm going to play it for you at regular speed, and then I'll ask you a question, okay?
Sure.
Is it 159?
Exhibit 159 is what I wrote down. And yes. Go ahead.
Mr. Miller, is that the recording you provided to the Waukesha Police Department?
Yes.
Do you believe this is a true and accurate depiction of the events at your home on November 21 of 2021?
Objection, relevancy.
Overruled. You may answer.
Yes.
In the upper right-hand corner of the recording, I noticed there's a date and time stamp. Do you see that?
Yes.
Leading.
Do you believe that was
on,
accurate?
overruled.
Reflected? I'm sorry.
There's the witness's answer may stand. Go ahead. Next question.
Do you believe the date and time stamp on the recording are accurate, sir?
Yes.
And what, if you could read, please, the date and time stamp on Exhibit 159.
November 21st, 2021, 04:48:16 p.m.
Move to admit Exhibit 159, Your Honor.
Objection, relevancy.
Overruled. Exhibit 159 is received.
I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Any cross, sir?
Yes, briefly.
Go ahead when you're ready.
Okay. Good morning, Mr. Miller.
Good morning.
Before today, it would be fair to assume that you saw that footage before today.
Yes.
And you stated a little bit earlier that when stepping out to view the Christmas lights, you noticed a SWAT team in your yard?
Correct.
What do you mean by SWAT team?
Fully armed, rifles in hand, helmets on, officers in my front yard. And on the street of my front yard, I should clarify that, in the street of my front yard.
Did you notice any vehicle that they may have been in at that time?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that question, please?
Did you notice at the time that you observed the SWAT team in your yard, did you notice any vehicle that they may have been in at that time?
I did observe a squad car down the street. Whether it was theirs or not, I cannot say for sure.
And do you recall what police agency you turned the video footage over to?
Yeah, it was Waukesha Police Department.
Do you remember the name of the officer that you turned the video footage over to?
I am sorry, I do not.
Do you recall filing a report at that time?
No report was made.
So it'd be fair to say the extent of your interaction with law enforcement was strictly about the video footage.
Correct.
Do you recall if law enforcement followed up with you about the footage?
I don't believe so.
Did you yourself follow up with law enforcement about the video footage?
I did not.
And do you recall when you were subpoenaed to testify in this matter?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the first part of your question.
I'm sorry. I have a bit of a cold, so I'm
sure.
Do you recall when you were subpoenaed to testify in this matter?
I can't remember the exact date, but it was a few weeks ago.
And when you received the subpoena, did you follow up with the district attorney's office? I'm assuming that that's who served the subpoena.
I did.
Do you recall whom you spoke with?
I do not recall the name. Sorry.
Did you yourself file any claims in relation to this matter?
I have not.
Do you know of anyone who filed a claim in relation to this matter?
Personally, no.
To the best of your recollection, do you recall being contacted by the plaintiff in this matter?
Other than regards to the summons, no.
And you made reference to the summons.
Or subpoena, rather.
What was the plaintiff's name on the subpoena?
I believe so.
Do you recall what that name was?
State of Wisconsin.
Have you ever had any interactions with the state of Wisconsin?
Objection.
Grounds.
Irrelevant, vague, argumentative.
Grounds.
Sustained.
For those reasons, Your Honor, or
Sustained. Yes.
being that you identified the state of Wisconsin as the plaintiff, have they ever reached out to you in any way?
Objection.
Grounds.
Sustained as to the form of the question.
Have you ever had any personal interaction with the state of Wisconsin?
Objection. Vague,
Grounds.
irrelevant, argumentative.
Grounds.
Sustained.
For those reasons stated by.
Yes.
Would you yourself classify the plaintiff that you identified, state of Wisconsin? Would you classify them as a living human being?
Objection.
Grounds.
Vague, irrelevant, argumentative.
Sustained for those reasons.
Would it be fair to say that a state cannot be a human being?
It could be argued philosophically, I guess, yes.
And
But I don't know. No.
no.
Personally, no. But philosophically, I suppose you could argue that the state is a person.
The state, one state,
I suppose it could be argued.
and with determination, how did you come to that determination?
Objection. He said he did.
Your Honor, that's a misstatement of his testimony.
Sustained is to the form of the question, it's also not relevant.
Do you see the state of Wisconsin present in the courtroom today?
Objection, irrelevant.
Grounds.
Sustained, not relevant.
What was the last part, Your Honor?
Not relevant.
Have you ever seen the state of Wisconsin at any time?
Objection.
Grounds.
Argumentative,
Grounds.
irrelevant.
Sustained for those reasons.
What reasons out of here?
For those reasons, it was also asked previously, and I sustained the objection.
That question wasn't asked previously, for the record. So to the best of your knowledge, is the state of Wisconsin an injured party in this matter?
Your Honor, I object. and
Grounds.
ask you to direct the defendant to move on.
Grounds.
The
I think
objection
the
is
judge has
sustained
to do that, not
pursuant.
the VA.
The objection is sustained. Next question, please.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the reason for the sustain.
It's not relevant.
Your Honor, I object to it not being relevant. He clearly stated
Mr. Brooks,
plaintiff.
please move on. I've made my ruling. Thank you.
I don't know how that's not relevant. Seems to me that there's no plaintiff.
I remind the jury to disregard comments made by the parties. They are not evidence.
There's no plaintiff. No further questions.
Thank you, sir. Any redirect?
No, I'd ask that Mr. Miller be excused, please.
Sir, thank you. You may step down and you are excused.
Thank you. How can an entity be a plaintiff?
Then take a short mid-morning break for about 15 minutes. I'll rise for the jury, please. Thank you, everyone. Please be seated. Statement called special witness, please.
Thank you. The state calls Specialist Kyle Becker.
Good morning, sir. If you would please make your way to the witness stand. When you get there, please remain standing. Raise your right hand. My clerk, Teresa, will swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Please have a seat. First thing I will ask you to do is to state your first and last names for the record and then spell each.
Kyle Becker, KYLE-BECKER.
Thank you. Go ahead, your witness.
Thank you. Sir, how are you employed?
City of Waukesha Police Department.
What's your job type?
Warrant Specialist.
And directing your attention to the date of November 23, 2021. Were you on duty that date?
Yes, I was.
What duties were you tasked with on that date?
Me and several other officers, detectives were tasked with being part of the search team, canvassing the area for items.
Okay, and this is related to the investigation into the Christmas parade?
Objection, leader.
Okay.
The objection's noted. It's overruled. These are foundational type questions, so I'll allow it. For the witness, though, please make sure you wait until I rule on objections before you answer. Thank you. Next question.
So you said the purpose of the team was to look for items, did you say?
Objection, leader.
Overruled.
Yes, items that we believe Mr. Darrell was wearing the night of the incident. We discarded them.
Okay. And did you come up with a plan or a method to proceed?
Yes, we did. So we knew that he fled from the vehicle at 338 Maple Avenue in the city of Waukesha. So we directed our team around that area, and we were going to start on the 300 block of Maple. We were going to work westbound in the backyards until we got to like Northwest Avenue, trying to look for items that might have been discarded by Darrell Brooks.
And what day was this that you set out to do this?
November 23rd, 2021.
Was there an objection or not?
Yes.
Overruled, the witness may answer.
It was November 23rd, 2021.
What time of day were you performing this search?
It's approximately about 10:15 in the morning.
Did you personally recover any items of interest in this case, sir?
Yes, I did.
Can you tell us about that?
Yeah, the first item that we located was a blue sandal, or they also call it a slide. It was located at 322 Maple Avenue in the backyard. 322 butts up to 434 Dunbar, and in the backyards there is a chain link fence that separates the 2 yards. The first sandal that we located was a right-footed sandal, and it was on the maple side, 322 maple side of the fence, close by the chain link fence.
All right, I'm going to put up 2 items, photographs. First one would be Exhibit 94.
Go ahead.
Is that on your screen, sir?
Yes, it is.
Do you identify, or excuse me, do you recognize what is depicted in Exhibit 94?
Objection, lead.
Overruled. You may answer.
Yes, I do.
Tell the jury what you see in 94.
It is the blue sandal that was outside the fenced chain link fence area, like I described. It is a navy blue in color, and it also had a Milwaukee Brewers logo album on the front of the sandal, which appeared to be like torn or worn.
Do you believe Exhibit 94 is a true and accurate depiction of the area where the sandal was found
Yes, I do.
and the exact location where the sandal was found?
Objection, lead.
Overruled. You may answer.
Yes, I do.
Permission to publish 94, Your Honor? Well, wait, before we do that, I'm going to have you identify 95 as well, and then we'll put it up.
Go ahead with the next exhibit.
Is 95 now on your screen, sir?
Yes, it is.
What is shown in 95?
The navy blue sandal that I just described.
Is it similar, or how is 95 different from 94?
Objection, lead.
Overruled. You may answer.
They were the same exact sandal, just different pictures.
That's what I mean. What's the difference between the photographs?
Objection, lead.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
Just the angle of where the picture was taken.
Okay. Do you believe that 95 is an accurate representation of where and how the sandal was found?
Yes, I do.
Move to admit 94 and 95 and permission to publish, Your Honor.
Objection, relevancy.
The objection is noted. Overruled. Exhibits 94 and 95 are received. Permission to publish granted. And for my ladies and gentlemen in the jury, let me know when it shows up on the screens in the jury box, as there is the delay at times. All right, we're good. Go ahead.
Sir, if you could just orient us in the picture there. You had described in your testimony a chain link fence, correct?
Correct.
Does that separate 2 properties?
Objection, leading.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
Yes, it does separate 2 properties.
And what are those properties, please?
Objection, relevancy.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
The where the sandal is located right now, that is on the address of 322 Maple Avenue, and the opposite side of the fence, which would be to the south of that, would be 434 Dunbar.
Okay. So even though the properties above the street addresses are on different streets,
Yes, that is correct.
and 322 Maple, can you approximate for us the distance that is to the location where the red SUV was found?
Objection, speculative.
Overruled. The witness may answer. Actually, let me do this. I'm going to sustain it as to foundation. I think another question needs to be asked of this witness regarding the red SUV.
Sir, I think you testified earlier that you set out to search the area around 338 Maple, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And what was the significance of that address, please?
That was where the vehicle was located that Darrell was driving the night of their Christmas parade.
Okay. And could you please approximate for us the distance between the residence where the vehicle was found and the residence where this sandal was found?
Objection, relevancy.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
If this is an approximate guess, I guess around 200 yards.
Okay. The device in front of you is a touch screen. Can you please circle the sandal in the photograph?
All right, thank you. And then if we could please display 95?
Before you do that,
I'm sorry.
any capture of this being requested before?
No, because I think 95 will do that for us, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Then go ahead, next exhibit.
All right, now 95 is up, sir.
Same thing, circle.
Sure.
Objection leading.
Yes, please circle.
Overruled, the witness may answer by circling.
I'd now like to show you a piece of physical evidence that's been marked as State's Exhibit 86. If I could get the assistance of the deputy, please. Could you please present that to the witness for me?
Was that, you said 86?
I was going to ask the same thing because I missed that too. Can I have the number again?
Yes, 86, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Exhibit 86. Not yet.
Sir, have you seen Exhibit 86 before?
Yes.
What is 86?
86 is the sandal that I located outside of 322 Maple Avenue.
The one we were just seeing in the photographs 94 and 95?
Yes.
Okay. Move to admit 86, Your Honor.
Objection relevancy.
Overruled, Exhibit 86 is received.
Officer Becker, did you find any other items of significance to this investigation?
Objection leading.
Overruled, the witness may answer.
Yes, I did.
What else did you find?
I found another blue sandal, which was a left-footed blue slide sandal with the same Milwaukee Brewers logo on it that was worn out. Then I also located a gray hooded sweatshirt that had a multicolored design or logo on the front of the sweatshirt. That sweatshirt was the same sweatshirt that we believed Mr. Brooks was wearing during the incident at the Waukesha parade.
Where did you find these items?
These items were located for that chain link fence that was up before earlier. It was on the opposite side south of that chain link fence, which would have been the address of 434 Dunbar Avenue. I was driving towards that area because due to the fact that I thought Mr. Brooks tried jumping the fence and that's how he lost the first sandal. So I was driving towards that area due to the fact in that vicinity there. So I was searching in the backyard of that area and I located a children's playhouse. This children's playhouse was made of wood and it had about 4 or 5 steps up till we got to the platform of the children's playhouse. There also was a slide connected to it that would lead down to the grass. I located in that platform area, I located the gray hooded sweatshirt that had a multicolored design. It's the same sweatshirt that we believe Mr. Brooks was wearing during that parade incident. And then in the close proximity to that sweatshirt was the other sandal, which was the left-footed sandal, which was a blue slide with a Milwaukee Brewers logo album that was somewhat worn. Matched description of the one that we also found by 322 Maple.
All right, sir, I'm going to display on your monitor Exhibit 96.
Go ahead.
Do you see Exhibit 96?
Not yet.
Okay.
There we go.
All right, do you recognize what is portrayed in Exhibit 96?
Yes,
What is that?
Objection leading.
Overruled, the witness may answer.
that is the children's playhouse where I found the gray hooded sweatshirt and the left-footed blue sandal.
All right. Do you believe the photograph is a true and accurate depiction of the yard and item that you described for us when you saw it that afternoon?
Objection speculative.
Overruled, the witness may answer.
Yes, it was.
All right, we're going to go on to 97. What do we see in 97, sir?
That is the gray hooded sweatshirt with a multicolored design or logo that I located.
In the playhouse.
Correct, in the playhouse.
Okay. Do you believe this is a true and accurate depiction as you observed the events on November 23 of 21?
Objection speculative.
Overruled, the witness may answer.
Yes, it is.
All right, and then 98, please. Please describe.
This picture is obviously the gray hooded sweatshirt that I just talked about, and then also the other left-footed blue sandal with the Milwaukee Brewers logo album that was worn.
Is this the position of these items as you found them, sir?
Yes, it was.
And do you believe this photograph is true and accurate as it's presented here today?
Objection leading.
Overruled, the witness may answer.
Yes.
Move to admit 96, 97, and 98, and permission to publish, Your Honor.
Exhibits 96, 97, and 98 are all received, and permission to publish is granted as to each. And if the jury would please let me know when the monitors and the jury box also display what's on the large screen. Thank you. Go ahead.
All right, Officer Becker, could you please circle for the jury the children's playhouse that you've been describing for us in 96?
Yes.
Thank you. I'm not requesting permission to capture that, Your Honor. I'd like to move on to 97. Oops, there's 97. Okay. And where's the, this is a close-up of that same playhouse?
Yes.
Do you see the sweatshirt in this image, sir?
Objection leading.
Overruled. You may answer.
Yes, I do.
Please circle it. Are you able to see the sandal in this photograph?
No, I'm not.
Okay. And then we'll move on to 98, please. And those are the two items together in the top portion of the playhouse, is that right?
Yes, it is.
All right. Now I'm going to show you these physical items. Please, Deputy, if you would assist me again. Number 84.
Sorry.
Do you recognize item number 84, sir?
Yes.
What is that?
Objection leading.
Oh, overruled. I'm sorry. What's the number again?
84.
Go ahead. You may answer, sir.
Yes, this was the gray hooded sweatshirt that I located in the children's playhouse.
All right. And 85. Thank you. Please identify.
This is the other sandal, which was a left-footed blue sandal slide with the Milwaukee Brewer logo that was also located in the children's playhouse.
Your Honor, permission to admit, or excuse me, move to admit 84 and 85.
Objection relevancy.
Overruled. Exhibits 84 and 85 are both received.
And I'd like to ask, with the court's permission, if 84 can be published by the officer standing up and holding up 84 for the jury to view.
Objection relevancy.
Permission granted.
So please hold up the sweatshirt, sir.
Objection noted.
Yes. The record to reflect the officer stood up in the jury box. He is holding the exhibit between his waist and forehead. That's the full length of a sweatshirt, and he has passed it from right to left of his body in front of the jury.
Thank you. And then if you would do the same thing, please, sir, you could set that one down, and if you could hold up 84 and 85, one in each hand, and display those for the jury, if that's okay, Your Honor?
Go ahead.
I'm sorry, 85 and 86.
Objection.
Your objection's noted. Go ahead. The witness is standing up still in the witness box. He is holding each one of those exhibits, which I believe is 85 and 86, one in each hand at shoulder height, and he turned a bit from right to left in front of the jury. Thank you, sir. You may sit down.
Specialist Becker, did you check with the homeowner to make sure that the property you just displayed did not belong to the homeowner?
Objection speculative.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
I personally did not. Somebody else may have.
And how about the sandal by the cyclone fence on the ground? Did officers check with the homeowner at that residence as well?
Objection
If you know.
speculative.
Overruled. If he knows, the witness may answer.
I do not know if I didn't personally.
Okay. Thank you, sir. I don't have any other questions.
All right. Any cross for this witness?
Yes, just 1 second.
Do you want the items still up by the witness, or can they be taken back to this, or actually brought to my clerk since they're now witness?
Oh, you can take it back to the clerk.
All right, the bailiff will bring them to the clerk, please. And then when you're ready.
You testified earlier in questioning. Well, rather, let me back up. You said the name of the alleged suspect when questioned about the alleged suspect fleeing from the vehicle. At that time, did you know the name of the alleged suspect?
Yes, we did.
And how did you obtain that information?
From the detectives working the case.
So you yourself didn't know until you were told. Would that be fair to say?
I was part of the part of the brief, so I knew too.
So you knew before you were briefed?
Yes.
So you knew before you were briefed, then why did you have to be briefed about that information?
Just the gatherings, we briefed every morning, and the gatherings from the day before, what we were all going to do and stuff like that, and what every detective was working something different. So that's we just kind of gathered as a group like we do every morning and discuss what we all were gathered, or what we all saw. And
were you a part of the investigation the night of the incident?
Yes, I was.
And what was your detail? What was your role in the investigation the night of the incident?
Well, I was activated for our SWAT team. I'm part of our Waukesha Police Department SWAT team. So we were activated at that time. So I was assisting in that matter at the time being, about the parade incident, due to the fact of all the injuries and victims and unknown suspects at the time. We got activated for our SWAT team.
And you said unknown suspects. What do you mean?
At the time of the incident, we didn't know exactly who the suspects were. There was one or two at the time. So this was all really fresh information that we received that night. So we got activated right away.
So is it possible that you didn't receive information of the alleged defendant until that evening?
I do not recall when exactly we found out who our main suspect was.
And in reference to the sweatshirt that you observed in the children's playpen, do you have any information on how that got there?
Not exactly, no, because I didn't follow the footsteps of Darrell Brooks at night.
And seeing as how that you were actively investigating that portion of the investigation, why did you not ask the homeowners if the items belonged to them?
I did not ask them. I located it, and then it was turned over to more of the detectives that were handling the case.
The question was, why didn't you ask the homeowners?
I don't know. Just didn't.
So it'd be fair to say you didn't know who the items belonged to at that point.
Fair enough. Yeah.
You made reference to, and the word you used was belief. You made reference to belief that the alleged suspect jumped the fence. And I guess that would refer to where the slide, as you referred it to, was found. How did you come to the determination that a fence was jumped?
During my training experience, my main job role as a warrant specialist, I go out and track a lot of suspects down. And a lot of times those suspects also flee on me. Where I have to get in a foot pursuit with them. There's been multiple times where suspects jump over fences to try to get away from police. So that's why I came to that conclusion just during my training and experience.
Did you chase any suspects during your investigation?
No, I did not.
So it would be fair to say that you don't know for sure if any suspect jumped the fence.
That is fair enough, but just during my training experience, that's what I believe may have happened.
So it'd be fair to say you weren't sure exactly.
I guess you could say I wasn't 100% sure.
And you testified earlier, and I don't want to misquote you. I think it was some question of determining the distance. I don't know if that was in reference to where the vehicle was found and where the items that you found were located. Was that the distance that was being referred to?
Yes, I believe so.
Thanks for that clarification. I didn't want to misquote you. How were you exactly able to determine the exact distance of that?
I wasn't able to. I think I may have stated it's a rough estimate or approximate.
So it'd be fair to say you don't know for sure the distance.
No, I do not know for sure the exact distance.
Did you at any time see anyone? I guess I will refer to alleged suspects. Did you at any time see any alleged suspects drop any items?
No, I didn't.
Did you see any alleged suspects remove any items?
No, I did not.
And you stated that your search investigation was the next morning.
It was November 23rd, 2021.
And do you recall when that part of your investigation ended?
I would have to, it'd be an approximate guess. I don't know how long we were out there exactly. It was that morning and then probably early afternoon, I'm guessing.
And was that the extent of your part of the investigation? After you completed the investigation part on the 23rd of November, 2021?
Yes, that is correct.
At any time after that, did you follow up with your part of the investigation where it was positioned in the investigation in full?
No, everything was turned over that day that I found the items to our forensics unit at the Waukesha Police Department where they handled the custody of the evidence.
Were you ever after that date followed up with by any law enforcement after that initial date?
I don't really understand what you're saying.
After your part of the investigation was completed on that day, the 23rd of November, 2021, did any law enforcement officers follow up with you about your part of the investigation?
Not that I recall.
And you said you turned the items over to a crime lab, or?
No, it was a criminal evidence and forensics unit of the Waukesha Police Department, specifically Specialist Schmidt.
And from that point, do you know what happened to the items?
No, I do not.
Do you know of any procedure once you turn over the items? And well, I believe you said can you say it again? I'm sorry.
Criminal
evidence.
Yeah, criminal evidence, forensics.
Criminal evidence. Is there any procedure after that in reference to the items? Like what may be done to the items?
Yeah, they would place them into inventory at the Waukesha Police Department. So that's Specialist Schmidt's primary job role at the Waukesha Police Department.
So once you turn over the items, that's pretty much the end of your part of it.
Yes.
would it be fair to say that these items have been kept for quite a while now? Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
Are items usually kept for this length of time in investigations?
Yes. Typically, yes. Till the case is over.
So it isn't unusual in any way to see items kept roughly a year or so.
No, that's not unusual, especially if it's evidence of a crime.
And what usually happens to the items after the investigation is complete?
You would have to ask the criminal investigations division, especially Schmidt, that handles those types of cases. I don't know how they release those items.
So you're not sure, to your best of your knowledge, you're not sure?
No, I'm not.
Do you recall making a report in this matter?
Yes, I do.
And did you write it yourself, or was it typed by someone else? Or?
No, I believe I wrote my own report.
And you stated that this would be called a canvas search team?
Yes, that's correct.
And you stated or made reference to it being like a SWAT team?
No, I recall that you asked what I did the prior day of the parade incident. Now, just advise you that I was activated for our SWAT team that day of the parade incident, the actual day. The items that I located on the canvas search team was on November 23rd.
So in reference to the SWAT team statement, what do you mean by SWAT team?
Our tackle unit at the Waukesha Police Department.
And what do you mean by canvas search team? Can you explain what exactly is a canvas search team?
That is just a group of individuals that we had in our criminal investigations divisions. There was a detective specialist. There might have been some officers too. Gathered as a group. I think there was about 10 of us, and we searched the area to try looking for items.
And do you wear regular law enforcement gear, or is there any change in the gear?
Yeah, regular law enforcement gear. So I wear day to day, every day.
Okay. He's here.
No, but.
Oh, no, he's fine.
Okay. Somebody.
No, that's
He's out of Austin.
yeah.
He didn't have flag.
Then everyone said, don't.
If you need me to.
Yeah, could you?
Yeah.
All right. She said 15 minutes. Okay. All right. Thank you. All right. Bye.
Am I gonna be in your shot with my knees like this, huh?
Your discretion.
Thanks so much.
Oh, it's okay. You also brought a lot
Mic check, mic check. Mic check, 1, 2, 1, 2, mic check. Jeff, is it good? Okay.
Speak up.
Mic check, mic check. Mic check, 1, 2, 1, 2, mic check. Jeff, is it good? Okay.
Speak up. Next up. Oh, they just canceled it. Oh. Okay, we are not set to okay.
I was going to, and then I was.
So I don't know, last time, I asked him if I could reach anything. They told me, yeah, you bring whatever you want. I got the door.
Because they had it in the federal, in here, and the federal. Yeah.
So I just didn't bring it. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I did get mistaken earlier for being part of the governor's office, but I'm not.
Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you, everyone.
Okay. Sure. This is Rich.
I haven't.
Okay.
They don't change.
Everybody good? I'm good.
What line are you on, Jay? One. Do this today, showing it with the superintendent. Why are we here today? I have no idea. I have no idea. Sorry. Take care of this guy. Hey.
Oh, no, I got TV. No, he's already. Did she start the application delay? Or the date should delay the date. Another definite. So, yeah. Correct. Just want to make sure that
It's the way I remember.
interesting.
To the best of your knowledge, did you yourself file any claims in this matter?
No, I did not.
You know of anyone who filed any claims in this matter?
No.
Have you at any time saw or read a complaint in this matter?
No.
And do you recall who you were subpoenaed by to testify in this matter?
Yes, state of Wisconsin.
And who do you refer to when you say state of Wisconsin?
District Attorney's Office, Waukesha County District Attorney's Office.
Do you recall whose name was on the subpoena?
I do not recall. I had to look at the paperwork.
So to the best of your knowledge, would the state of Wisconsin be the plaintiff in this matter?
Yes.
And do you see the state of Wisconsin plaintiff in court today?
Objection.
Grounds.
Proper A question.
Sustained as to the form of the question.
Is the plaintiff present in court today, to your knowledge?
Objection.
Grounds.
Relevant, legally inaccurate statement, Your Honor.
Sustained for both reasons.
Do you recall having any personal interactions with the plaintiff in this matter?
Objection A.
Grounds.
Sustained as to the form of the question.
Have you ever been contacted by the plaintiff in this matter?
Same objection.
Grounds.
Sustained as to the form of the question.
If you were to see the plaintiff, state of Wisconsin, will you be able to identify him?
Objection argumentative.
Sustained as to the form of the question.
Would you classify the plaintiff, state of Wisconsin, as a human being or entity?
Objection irrelevant.
Sustained, not relevant.
Would it be fair to say this isn't your first time during your career testifying in any type of criminal matter?
Yes.
Yes, as in?
I have testified before.
So it would be fair to assume that you understand plaintiffs and defendants, correct?
Objection irrelevant.
Sustained, not relevant.
Are you aware that only a living human being can bring a claim against a defendant?
Objection irrelevant. Argumentative.
Grounds.
Sustained for those reasons. And as to the form of the question.
To the best of your knowledge, who can bring a claim against an alleged defendant?
Objection irrelevant.
Sustained, not relevant.
No further questions.
Thank you, sir. Any redirect?
No redirect of this officer, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Sir, you may step down.
Thank you.
I could start with another officer, but I don't think I'll complete his testimony.
What I'd like to do at this point is advise the jury about what is to happen next. I'm advised that everything is ready to go. So, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will now be taken to a garage attached to the Waukesha County Courthouse to view the vehicle recovered by the Waukesha Police Department. You will be taken to the garage by the jury bailiffs. During your trip to and from the garage, or while there, you are not to discuss this case with anyone. While at the garage, you are not to talk, and no one is to talk to you about the case except the judge. You are to remain with the other jurors. You are not to conduct an independent investigation now or at any time during the trial. The court is taking the jury to the garage to provide the jury with an opportunity to view the vehicle, as it is not possible to bring the vehicle into the courtroom. Other than the vehicle, anything you see there is not evidence in the case and should not be considered as evidence. At this time, please rise for the jury. And the jury bailiffs will wait until further instructed as to when to bring them over. The question was asked about whether they could bring notebooks, and I instructed that they should not. All right, thank you. Be seated. We will be in recess while the court and the parties participate, or at least observe, the jury view. And given that it's 11:35, unless something unanticipated happens that I would need to put on the record right away, then we also will be taking the lunch break after the jury view. I believe we'll be over there for, let me put it this way. I don't think the process is going to take more than a half hour. I think it will take much less than that. I think what might take more is just getting all of us there and situated. But let's say it takes us to noon, we'll take an hour for lunch. So I would expect the parties to be back here at 1. All right. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Immediately, like I scan them in right away and then be back. These are the two I was holding. There was 2 other ones. So I have one from October 5, one from October 13, and then one from October 19. These, just so we're clear, sir, I'm providing these as a courtesy back to you because the clerk's office policy is once they're scanned in, they are destroyed, because then what's in the electronic file is what's kept. They do not have the docket entries, though, because you requested the originals back. So I'll provide those to you. Okay, then with that, we'll have the jurors brought up.
Subject matter jurisdiction, Your Honor.
The court's declining to address that further. I stand by my written decision that was entered last week.
So we won't be proving it for the record?
I stand by my written decision that was entered last week, sir.
Judicial determination?
It is a judicial determination.
All rise for the jury.
Thank you, everyone. Please be seated. The state may call its next witness.
Thank you. The state will call Detective Justin Roll.
Good afternoon, sir. If you would please make your way to the witness stand, which is to my right. When you get there, please remain standing. Raise your right hand. My clerk, Teresa, who's on my left, will swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Please have a seat. First thing I will ask you to do is to state your first and last names for the record and then spell each.
Justin, Justin, Rowe, ROWE.
Go ahead, your witness.
Thank you. Detective, how are you currently employed?
City of Waukesha Police Department.
Can you briefly describe for the jury your experience in law enforcement?
From 2003 to 2009, I was a security police officer with the United States Air Force. And then from 2009 to present, I've been a member of the Waukesha Police Department.
And your current rank is that of detective?
That's correct.
I'd like to direct your attention to the date of November 23, 2021. Were you on duty that day, sir?
Yes, I was.
Do you recall what your assignment was that day?
I was tasked with going to the Maple Avenue and Northwest Avenue area neighborhoods to search for items that may have been discarded by Darrell Brooks.
And were you alone in that task?
No, I was accompanied by a whole team of other detectives and investigators.
Before you traveled to the neighborhood, did you have a plan of action?
We did. We planned to begin at 338 Maple Avenue, which is where the vehicle was left prior to Darrell Brooks fleeing the scene south. So we had begun at that location and began to canvass our way south and west.
Were you present when any items were discovered that were relevant?
Yes, I was.
And just very briefly describe what those items were, sir.
Objection meeting.
Specialist Spackowitz and I were walking in the parking lot of 322 Maple Avenue, which is a large apartment complex, and we came across a right-footed sandal, a blue sandal, up against a fence area that separates the Dunbar neighborhood or street homes from the Maple Avenue apartment complex.
Are you aware of any other items that were recovered during this effort on that?
All around the state, you will see the flags of all state buildings at half-mast in honor of those lives that were lost in this horrific act of violence. I also think that it's important to remember that what happened yesterday was akin to those who are old enough to remember jigsaw puzzles. And that you would take 1,000-piece jigsaw puzzle and you empty the box and you've got to start sifting through those pieces. And you want to start, if you're real good, you start at the corners, right? Try to put your corners together. And from yesterday to today, over 1,000 law enforcement agents and officers, men and women, have been poring over countless amounts of data, of videos, of surveillances, interviews, tracking down every possible lead that came to us, whether it was the New Orleans Police Department, the Louisiana State Police, the FBI, or our other federal agencies. Also yesterday, I issued an emergency declaration. That declaration was meant to streamline resources and communications between state, local, and federal partners. And we're seeing the results of it. I also would like to remind everyone that what's going on in this city and this state is twofold. We've got an active criminal investigation going on while we're also continuing to secure the city of it. I also would like to remind everyone that what's going on in this city and this state is twofold. We've got an active criminal investigation going on while we're also continuing to secure the city in preparation for 3 o'clock kickoff time for the Sugar Bowl. With that, I would also remind those who are in the city that as far as state resources are concerned, we have the Louisiana State Police, the Louisiana National Guard, which was part of that emergency declaration, which allowed us to put an entire MP company on the ground. Those become force multipliers, is what we call that in law enforcement and the military. That helps to add to the resources that we have. Wildlife and Fisheries, the Department of Corrections, DSF, DHS, our Veterans Affairs, our Probation and Parole, all state agencies. Any state agency who has a post-certified officers are here in this city to help secure the city. And so with that, I would like to turn it over to Christopher Rea, who is the Deputy Assistant Director of the FBI's Counter Terrorism Division. Chris?
Thank you, Governor Landry. Good morning. I am FBI Deputy Assistant Director Christopher Rea. I'm from our Counterterrorism Division at headquarters. I'm also joined by Assistant Special Agent in Charge Alethea Duncan from our New Orleans office, who you heard from yesterday. I'm here to discuss not only the latest investigative information we have here in New Orleans, but I'll also let you know about other investigative activities outside of the state. I first and most importantly want to send our deepest condolences to the victims of this horrific attack and their loved ones. 14 innocent victims were killed in this senseless attack, and at least 35 are injured. We cannot ease the grief people in this community and across the nation are feeling at this time, but rest assured, we stand with you and in support of you. All the resources, and I'm going to go into that a little bit later, all the resources of the FBI are being focused on tracking down every piece of evidence, every lead, every interview, every potential lead we've got. While I won't be able to answer all your questions today, my goal is to be as forthcoming as possible with you on what we've uncovered so far. First and foremost, let me be very clear about this point. This was an act of terrorism. It was premeditated and an evil act. This was obviously a critical incident, and with that, lots of information and tips come pouring in from law enforcement, first responders, and the public. We have been aggressively running down these tips and information. As you all know, that takes time, and we will continue to do so until every lead has been followed through on. This investigation is only a little more than 24 hours old. So I ask you to keep in mind that as I go through some of the specifics later. But at this point, currently, and this is another fact I want to be clear on, we do not assess at this point that anyone else involved in this attack except for Shamsa Din Jabbar, the subject you've already been briefed on. A little bit about what the FBI is doing. So we are surging people and assets to the area from across the region and across the nation. Special agents in multiple field offices across the country have been deployed and are assisting with potential aspects of this investigation and following up on every lead. Additional teams of special agents, professional staff, and victim specialists continue to arrive to provide more investigative power and assistance to the victims and their families. We've also forward deployed a number of our critical incident response group assets, including members of our hostage rescue team, special agent bomb technicians, and crisis management coordinators. In addition, we have deployed more evidence response technicians to continue to process the various scenes that we have. So far, we have received just over 400 tips from the public, and that information is being followed up on both here in New Orleans and across the country. Some of the tips are here in New Orleans, and there are other tips in other states across the country that we are following up on. The FBI team and our law enforcement partners here are also reviewing hundreds of hours of surveillance and other video from both the French Quarter and other locations. As for a timeline, at this point, investigators believe Jabbar picked up the rented F-150 in Houston, Texas on December 30th. He then drove from Houston to New Orleans on the evening of the 31st, and he posted several videos to an online platform proclaiming his support for ISIS. There were 5 videos posted on Jabbar's Facebook account, which are time-stamped beginning at 1:29 a.m. and the last at 3:02 a.m. In the first video, Jabbar explains he originally planned to harm his family and friends, but was concerned the news headlines would not focus on the, quote, war between the believers and the disbelievers, end quote. Additionally, he stated he had joined ISIS before this summer. He also provided a will and testament. FBI and ATF. FBI, we have a couple different scenes at the location. We have released the scene at Bourbon Street. That scene has been released. We also have a scene off of Mandeville address where we're currently searching that scene right now. FBI and ATF agents have secured that house, and that location is being searched for potential evidence. On New Year's morning, Jabbar opened fire after ramming through a blocked off area of Bourbon Street, used his truck as a weapon to run over the victims. Teams of specially trained victim specialists, again, as I said, are on the ground here in New Orleans, assisting survivors of the attack and loved ones of the deceased. We do not believe the public is in any danger around any of these locations. 3 phones linked to Jabbar have been recovered, and digital media exploitation is a priority to see what is on the devices and determine if there are any other potential leads. Additionally, we have recovered 2 laptops and are currently reviewing them for any potential leads. Those laptops were recovered at the Mandeville address. Evidence technicians will also be going over the F-150 truck Jabbar was driving. As you know, we recovered an ISIS flag from the back of the vehicle. Jabbar declared his support for the terrorist group on social media, as I stated before, as he made his way to New Orleans. FBI bomb technicians also recovered 2 IEDs in coolers, one from the cross section of Bourbon and Orleans Street, and the second at an intersection approximately 2 blocks away. There were multiple reports of other devices. Those reports turned out to be misinformation or not actual functioning devices. Those are the only 2 devices that we've been able to recover that were functional. Both devices were rendered safe on scene. We did obtain surveillance footage showing Jabbar placing the devices where they were found. 2 other, as I said before, 2 other items of interest were determined not to be IEDs. A little bit about Jabbar. Jabbar himself was born in the United States and is a U.S. military veteran. We are looking in everything in his life. While we have interviewed many people who know Jabbar, we still need to talk to others. Whether you know Jabbar personally, worked with him, served in the military, or saw him in New Orleans or Texas, we need to talk to you. You may not think you have relevant information, but what you know could tie in to one of our investigative leads. Specifically, we want to talk to anyone who was in the French Quarter on New Year's Eve or early on New Year's Day. That includes people spotted near one of the 2 IEDs on Bourbon Street. The IED was inside a cooler, and many people stopped and looked at the cooler and then continued on their way. Let's be clear. Again, we do not believe at this point these people are involved in this incident in any way. We want to speak to them as witnesses and want to know what they saw and when. I went down to the crime scene last night. It is very hard to put into words what it looked like and how difficult it was to see. Anyone with information can call us at 1-800-CALL-FBI or send digital tips to fbi.gov/Bourbon Street attack. Early this morning, evidence response teams finished their work at the crime scene. Bourbon Street has been turned over to the city of New Orleans. As you know, there's also an FBI investigation in Las Vegas. We are following up on all potential leads and not ruling everything out. However, at this point, there is no definitive link between the attack here in New Orleans and the one in Las Vegas. And again, I'll preface everything with what I started with in the beginning, which was this is very early in an investigation like this. Again, our thoughts and prayers are with the victims of this tragedy and everyone impacted across the country. They remain at the heart of our investigation. I also, although I've only been on the ground here a short time, I also want to express a sincere appreciation for our partners here, which include the U.S. Attorney's Office, HSI, ATF, the New Orleans PD, the Louisiana State Police, the Governor's Office, and countless others. At this point, I'm going to turn it over to the special agent in charge of ATF here, Josh Jackson.
Hey, good afternoon. As stated, my name is Joshua Jackson. I am the special agent in charge for the ATF New Orleans Field Division. And ATF's primary mission is preventing, reducing, and solving violent crime throughout the United States and abroad. Solving part is the focus of this investigation. ATF resources that have been brought to bear to the city and to focus with our federal, state, and local partners have been our national response team. We spoke about the scene that's still being processed now. The national response team of ATF is a team of certified fire investigators, certified explosive specialists, fire engineers, electrical engineers. These folks will give us additional investigative leads to help the investigative team identify what happened at the location in Mandeville and identify how that fire started and move the investigation forward from there. Additional resources that ATF has brought to bear into the city. There's our ATF special response team. This is a tactical team capable of handling any sort of enforcement operation. This team is deployed, on set, and ready for the Sugar Bowl today. This team is also made available to the Louisiana State Police and also New Orleans Police Department to assist with any efforts that they may have during this period. Additional resources, as the governor alluded to, he executed executive powers and had an emergency declared to where ATF was able to tap in to Emergency Support Function 13 resources. This allowed us to bring additional explosive detection canines so that we can safely sweep the city and safely sweep the Super Bowl in preparation for the game today. These resources will still be in the city as we lead up to the Super Bowl and through Mardi Gras. These type of ATF resources will be here. The last resources ATF has brought to bear, and probably the most important one, is our victim witness coordinators. These folks come in and they provide resources to the victims and the family members that have suffered greatly during this tragedy. The entire city hurts, but the victims and the family members are in need of resources and care long after this investigation wraps up. This time next year to be hard for the families and friends who suffered during this event. So our victim witness coordinators are working with the FBI, the city of New Orleans coordinators to provide resources to these folks out here. And as we move forward, ATF will be committed. We will work with the investigative team moving this investigation forward, but also we'll be here to make sure the city is safe and prepared as we move into the Super Bowl. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to our mayor of this great city, New Orleans. Madam Mayor.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Well, good morning once again. And I just want to just echo my thank yous to the unified command of our law enforcement partners and at every single level, federal, state, and governor. Governor, thank you for your partnership. Yeah, thank you. I also want to thank the residents and the visitors of the city of New Orleans for your patience, for your support, and most of all, your prayers. Our hearts and prayers continue to go out to the victims' families. And the city of New Orleans, we're resilient. And as I stated on yesterday, my focus in terms of a priority has been on our victims. As you heard, that yes, the FBI was able to clear Bourbon Street. And what that meant also for me in this city was that we were able to remove our victims, identify them, and notify their families. Real reverence. They mattered, the families matter, and matter to the city of New Orleans. In addition to that, I want to just thank again our federal partners in Washington, listening to my plea personally for the additional resources to allow for the scene to be cleared, and again, attending to our victims. I walked by each one and I did the sign of cross in my own way because reverence again is important. So while we have been able to have Bourbon Street returned back to the city of New Orleans and the due diligence has been done, that then allowed me to give the go-ahead to begin the cleaning of Bourbon Street. that started happening in the morning about 2 a.m. It was completed before 8 a.m. this morning. But that has really set the tone, I would say. And with the confidence that I have in the law enforcement partners, all of the resources that have been activated, how we have made sure that safety continues to be our top priority, how our assets have been deployed strategically, again, for the safety and the protection of our visitors and our residents in the city. And because of that, the confidence is there to reopen Bourbon Street to the public prior to game time today. The first order will be to allow for vendors to come in and service the businesses. That's important in order for us to stand up activation, as you know, Governor. And so with that, I want to reassure the public that the city of New Orleans is not only ready for game day today, but we're ready to continue to host large-scale events in our city because we are built to host at every single turn. I want to, again, thank all of those who responded to the FBI's call for information and tips. As you heard, that has been useful. Continue to do that. The investigation is still active and absolutely under the FBI's leadership. We will continue to operate and cooperate as we always have. So I want to also thank all of our partners for the added resources for victim and crisis management. We know that that's, again, important. Working with our partner, the Greater New Orleans Foundation, we have set up a fund for our victims' families for not only today, but into the future. As you heard, this is going to be a long process for our people. So with that, the city of New Orleans, and with all of my confidence, we are ready. And we could not get here again without the unified presence, support, and cooperation. We are stronger together. And I want to say again, thank you so much. Thank you, Governor. So once again, the governor would like me to reiterate that Bourbon Street will be prepared for full activation before game time today. We know 3 p.m., so we're working towards 2:30 p.m. But prior to game time, the kickoff, Bourbon Street will be restored. So we're hard at work now. Our teams are now, and of course, working with our business community to serve our public and serve our residents and our visitors alike.
In closing, I want to rest people assured that right now in the city of New Orleans, there is an unprecedented amount of law enforcement resources that are being utilized to close out and to hunt down and to finalize this investigation. I want to thank the FBI and all of our federal partners for the amount of resources they have poured into the city. This type of event can happen in any city. And that's the tragedy of it. And I think it's important for people to understand that to protect our citizens in America from evil, you have to crush it. You can't go out there and placate it. You can't go out there and say, oh, I'm going to put this in place and that in place and hope that evil doesn't show up on your doorstep, because it will. You have to crush it. And that's what we're going to do here. We're going to put it all behind us. We're going to continue to keep the victims, those that are in the hospital, either fighting for their lives or trying to recover, in our thoughts and in our prayers. But you know, this morning, and I don't want to single out just one news source, but I just happened to turn on Fox and Friends, and there was a young man who was interviewed who was actually on Bourbon Street during this horrific act of terrorism. And they closed out by asking him, what now? And I think he summed it up. He said, look, we can't live in fear, because fear will paralyze us. He said, we come down to the city to enjoy ourselves and to entertain ourselves and to be with our friends and with our families because that's who we are. Louisiana invented hospitality. The people of this city care for each other. And believe you me, we care about each one of the lives that were lost in this city and that. We will never forget them. But it would be a tragedy if we let their losses be snuffed out because of fear. This city will be back. We'll be open to family and friends and loved ones who want some time to relax from the pressures of life. And so today, we're going to have us a sugar bowl. We're going to enjoy ourselves. We're going to keep those, again, who have lost loved ones in mind. And we're going to get on to the business of this city and this great country. With that, I'll take any questions.
Governor, this is for you and the assistant director. The message has really changed since yesterday. Yesterday, the FBI said that people should be vigilant, that he did not act alone, that he likely had help. And now you're coming out the very next day and saying he was a lone wolf, everything is safe, the game moves on, everybody have a good time. How can you be so sure just 12 hours later?
Well, we're going to bring him up. All right. But here's what I want to remind everyone. Like I was a deputy sheriff. Right. I worked in a jail. I worked on the street. I worked on the interstate. I served warrants. I can tell you. Look, in today's world, I get it. Information, we get information like that. Everybody lives in a 15-second TikTok video. We think that life operates like it does on our phones, and it just doesn't. Information changes. In fact, that's why we ask the media for patience. We get information, like I said, no one dumps 1,000-piece jigsaw puzzle and puts it together in 5 seconds. Okay? And what I would tell you is that I appreciate the fact that what we did was we're under-promising and over-delivering today. And I think that's important. And I want to remind something. Look, because over the last decade, law enforcement has taken it on the chin unfairly. And there are great men and women serving in the FBI, in ATF, in Louisiana State Police, in New Orleans PD. Our sheriffs have been unbelievable in this. And I tell you, they want to protect you all. And we have to trust them. And sometimes the information we put out, we end up finding out that it may be incorrect. But guess what? What we're doing here is something that I think is important. It's called transparency. And look, something may change again. Here's what I do know, though. Right now, this is one of the safest places on earth. That doesn't mean that nothing can't happen.
Thank you, Governor. And to echo exactly, I think the governor put it eloquently, as could be said. In a lot of these instances, I also had the opportunity to deploy to Boss Bomb, and I will tell you, this is almost carbon copy to Boss Bomb as far as the inaccurate reporting that comes up. And what the governor said is we want to be transparent with the public. Years of the FBI not being transparent, we're being as transparent as we possibly can. Unfortunately, as we're being transparent, unfortunately for that, there is some information that we have to go back and recorrect. And in this particular incident, you heard the resources that we brought, that the other state and locals have brought. We've had 24 hours now to go through media, to go through phones, to interview people, to analyze those videos, analyze other databases. And after all of that, there's been hundreds and hundreds of leads done just in 24 hours. We're confident at this point that there is no accomplices. And I'll give you an idea of how that information sometimes, a lot of the early reports came out that there were extra people that were setting the coolers down, right? It turns out those were just patrons on the street that were looking inside the coolers, right? Well, we didn't know that at first. So we had to kind of track all that down and put that to rest. So that's just an example, one of the pieces of information, but there were other pieces of information that after we got our feet under us a little bit and on the ground here, we were able to put together a much more accurate picture of the subject and his attention.
We just wanted to double check.
Yes.
14, not 15.
Yeah, 14, and then the shooter himself would be 15 total, to include the shooter.
And the terrorists wearing the IEDs, were the IEDs pipe bombs, and have you discovered a remote detonator anywhere? And when you said that you have surveillance footage of the suspect planting those IEDs, what time roughly were they planted?
Yeah, those roughly a couple hours. I don't have the exact times in front of me. A couple hours prior to the to attack, probably after midnight. After midnight, I want to say 1 or 2 in the morning, but I can't. Correct. That's our assumption now. I mean, we still have a lot to work through. We're getting more surveillance video and everything else, but that's the assumption.
Was he wearing suicide vest being done on Bourbon Street? Would there have been canines out on New Year's Eve? Would there have been bomb sweeps done?
Look, I think let me just say this, and either Joe or Rob will correct me. Look, a bomb dog doesn't operate like a drug dog, right? They on Bourbon Street, there's a lot of senses, right? A lot of smells. I don't think you can run a bomb dog down Bourbon Street with thousands of people there and be able to sniff out a bomb. What we've been doing, what they have been doing, is certainly a complete sweep of the quarter because of the limited amount of traffic that's been out there. Let me just say this. I think this may help. It would be my hope that as some additional time goes through, maybe closer to maybe the beginning of next week, we will, if we've got it to what extent buttoned up as we could, I would work with the FBI and the city, and maybe we can come up with a timeline to be able to get you those information, kind of walk everyone through from day one through. I think it's extremely premature, and you're really putting us on some speculative grounds to ask some of those questions, because again, it's only been 24 hours. I mean, can you imagine how far we've come in 24 hours? So, well, we'll go one at a time.
Being done to make Bourbon Street safer tonight than it was New Year's Eve? Are temporary bollards being brought in to block off the street, and why weren't those used on New Year's Eve?
Well, look, here's what I'm going to say. Every time some bad guy does something like this, there's what we call an after action review. Because again, nothing is 100%. We have reinforced the area. We have deployed some additional types of assets. I personally, it's up to the city or other. I don't like to give specifics because I don't like to tell the enemy what we got. But I can tell you we're in better shape than we were before.
We have time for 2 more questions.
Director, can you speak to the Mandeville scene?
And then we'll go to you.
Some neighbors at that site told us they smelled smoke early in the morning. Was there a fire there? Any kind of burning happening?
Yeah, great.
Do you still believe that fire happened after the suspect was killed?
That's correct. Yeah, I'll move to 18. I do want to address the suicide vest question. I want to kill that one right away. There was no evidence that the subject was wearing a suicide vest at all. So I will turn the Mandeville stuff over to ATI.
As to the fire at the Mandeville scene, so our working theory now is that the fire started after Jabbar was already deceased. There's a lot of different ways that can happen. You could have different time devices. You could have a long cord that extended that time. You could also have pressure cookers that were put on top of the stove filled with gasoline, and then it went off. There's a lot of different ways to do it, but that is why our ATF National Response Team is here to answer those questions and get that investigative lead back to our team. So more to come on that. We're still processing that scene. We're out there right now.
Are you able to understand how he became radicalized over all of this time? What brought him to Bourbon Street? Do we understand was there any international travel involved? What led him down this path to this sort of radicalization?
Sure, a lot of questions we're still asking ourselves. We know that he specifically picked out Bourbon Street. Not quite sure why. I mean, I think one can assume that it was lots of people New Year's Eve, with a target for an attack. That's the stuff in the coming days as far as that path to radicalization that we're really going to be digging into and making a priority of. So what I can tell you right now is that he was 100% inspired by ISIS. And so we're digging through more of the social media, more interviews, working with some of our other partners to ascertain just how to ascertain a little bit more about that connection.
Oh, we're gonna do one more. Kate?
Right there. You've had your hands up for a while.
Yeah.
Sir.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Yeah.
It's actually for special education. Sir,
I prefer those. I'm with you.
In order to reassure people, would you be able to explain the analysis and evidence that has led to this most recent understanding that he was a lone actor and that there is at this point, at least from your understanding, no further danger to the public?
Sure. I think a lot of that, multiple interviews, the hundreds of interviews that we've conducted so far, the social media review that we've done of his accounts, by my count now, the 5 devices we have, the 3 cell phones and the 2 laptops, been able to initially triage or go through that. And there is just nothing to indicate through call records, through anything on those devices, through interviews, through anything in our systems that he was aided in this attack by anybody. And again, I have to caveat, like the governor said, this is 24 hours into it. And that could change, but right now we've got a much better picture and much more confidence on what we were dealing with than we were just 24 hours ago.
All right, look, thank y'all so very much. Again, we are going to try to get y'all as much information as possible. So any additional information will be put out through press releases. Thank you so very much.
Are we going to be making Bourbon Street pedestrian only, or are we going to be allowing cars to drive?
Flags of all state buildings at half mast in honor of those lives that were lost in this horrific act of violence. I also think that it's important to remember that what happened yesterday was akin to those who are old enough to remember jigsaw puzzles, and that you would take 1,000-piece jigsaw puzzle and you empty the box, and you've got to start sifting through those pieces, and you want to start, if you're real good, you
detectives attempt to obtain video from homeowners and businesses in the area.
Objection leading.
Overruled. It's foundational. The witness may answer.
Yes, we did.
And do you recall obtaining a video from the school district?
Yes, we did.
And do you recall what building or buildings from the school district video was recovered from?
Objection leading.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
It's a building that's right on Maple Avenue. It's we refer to it as the School District of Waukesha. It's their administrative building, also known as the Lindholm Building.
And you obtained video from that location?
Yes, we did.
Did you also obtain video from homeowners on Dunbar?
Objection leading.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
Yes, we did.
Specifically 435 Dunbar?
Correct.
Overruled. It's foundational. Sir, please wait until I rule on the objection. Thank you.
And how about Central Street or Road?
Yes, we did.
Did you have an opportunity to review those videos that were collected?
I did.
And did you see anything of significance to this investigation in any of those videos?
Objection 17.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
Yes.
I'm going to show you an item that's been marked as exhibit number 131. Show it on your monitor first, okay? So let me know when it's up.
It's up.
All right, and we're going to just take it out of presentation. There we go. Okay. This is 131, Mr. Brooks. What do you know Exhibit 131 to contain, Detective Rowe?
This is a video that is taken from 425 Dunbar Avenue, which is the south side of Dunbar Avenue. And if you see on the near the upper left-hand corner, the northern intersection area, there is a red sort of blur near the bottom of a driveway right before the intersection. And that is going to be Darrell Brooks on that sidewalk, and he's going to cross the street.
Okay, hold on 1 minute. I'm just going to remind the jury, it's up for the jury to determine what the facts are, not what any witness's opinion may be. Will ultimately need to decide who is in that video. Go ahead.
And I should ask a broader question. The exhibit itself, the whole exhibit, does it contain, do you know what's in Exhibit 131?
Yes, I do.
Does it contain more than one video, sir?
Objection, lead.
Overruled, I'll allow it. The witness may answer.
I believe this is one video of it itself.
Sure, but the exhibit contains multiple videos and
Correct.
still shots?
Yes.
Okay.
Objection noted. I'll overrule it. It's foundational. Go ahead.
What are you looking at right now, sir?
I'm looking at the beginning of the video of Dunbar Avenue.
Okay. Do you believe, well, strike that. I'm going to ask the assistant to play this video for you at your monitor, and then I'll ask you a question, okay?
Okay.
Before you do that, for the record, how long of a clip is it?
I was just looking for that because we're now in a PowerPoint, Your Honor. I don't know that I can tell you exactly until we get to the end.
Looks like 9 minutes or something.
9 seconds and 9.56 seconds, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Go ahead.
All right, so we're playing this for you, Detective Rowe. All right, were you able to observe the video?
Yes.
And were you able to observe anything of significance to this investigation in the video?
Objection. Speak with you.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
Yes, it appears the defendant is crossing the street.
This exhibit, I'm sorry. Are you aware of the other videos and pictures contained in Exhibit 131?
Yes.
Objection, leading.
Overruled. The witness may answer. Once again, please wait till I rule on the objections.
Do you believe all of the videos and pictures in Exhibit 131 are true and accurate based off of the videos that were obtained from the homeowners and businesses that you testified to previously?
Yes.
I'll move to admit 131 and permission to publish, Your Honor.
Objection. Speak to the video.
Your objection is noted. It is overruled. Exhibit 131 in its entirety is received. And did you ask for permission to publish?
I did.
Go ahead.
And for the record, Your Honor, this is a PowerPoint. What's being displayed at the moment is slide number 1.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Is it on the jury box? Okay. All right. Please play the video in slide 1. All right, the video has played completely, Your Honor. I'm going to ask to move to slide number 2.
Go ahead.
Do you see what's shown on slide number 2, Detective Rowe?
Yes.
Describe what we're seeing in slide 2.
Upper left-hand corner, you're going to see another still image of the original video. And then below that, you're going to see a zoomed-in, cropped image of the figure that would be crossing the street.
Okay. Have you seen this video on other occasions, sir?
Yes,
And obviously, the zoomed-in image is quite blurry.
absolutely.
Okay. When we played slide 1, were you able to make out any details about the person in slide 1 that was crossing the street?
Yes, it appeared the person had a red shirt.
All right, I'm going to go to slide number 3, please. And you testified about receiving video from the school building at 222 Maple Avenue, is that right?
Objection, leading.
Sustained as to the form of the question. Please rephrase.
What is shown on slide 3?
Slide 3 is a view towards the rear parking lot of the Lindholm building, or also known as the School District of Waukesha Administration Building.
And I'm going to request that we play the video in slide number 3, Your Honor, in its entirety.
Do you happen to know how many seconds?
5.97.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Objection, relevancy.
Overruled. You may play.
Did it play? I'm sorry, I missed it. Okay, we'll go to slide, next slide. Lost track on. 4 or 5? Slide number. Going to slide number 4. All right, so again, the camera, or strike that. What are we seeing on slide 4?
So again, we're seeing a still shot of the previous video we just viewed. And then there's a zoom in function below that where it shows a cropped out photograph of a figure.
Okay. And you've seen this video yourself in person, sir?
Yes.
What do you recall about what you were able to observe about the figure or subject walking there behind the school?
Objection, lead.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
The figure moves from right to left through the parking lot or north to south up until it reaches the fence on the left side of the picture.
All right. Next slide, please. Do you recognize the image in slide number 5?
Yes.
Where is it 6? 5. Okay. Please tell us what you recognize this area to be.
This is also the Lindholm building. This is a camera that is deeper into the parking lot, which means that it will be a closer view of the previous video.
Okay. I'm going to ask that we play this clip, Your Honor, and for the record, it's a total of 20.81 seconds.
Go ahead.
Objection.
Your objection's noted. Go ahead and play.
Thank you. Please turn to the next slide. What do we see in slide number 6?
Upper left-hand corner is a still shot of the video, and below that is a screen capture of a figure in that photo.
Okay. Next slide, slide 7. So currently we're looking at a black screen, correct?
Yes.
Do you know what this video is going to show, sir?
Objection, speculative. He's black.
Overruled. The witness may answer if he's able.
Yes, it's another home security camera at 126 Central Avenue.
All right. It's a total of 20 seconds, 20.09 seconds. And we will play in its entirety, Your Honor. And with sound on this one, yes, thank you.
Excuse me.
All right, next slide, please. What do we see on this final slide, sir?
Upper left-hand corner is a still shot from the video, and the screen that's been cropped at the bottom is an image of the defendant.
All right. That completes Exhibit 131. Detective Rowe, based on these video clips that you obtained and the canvas that you and your team did in the neighborhood, were you able to put together a map basically tracking the travels of Darrell Brooks through the neighborhood that afternoon?
Objection. I don't consent to being called that name in this meeting.
The objections are noted. Overruled. The witness may answer.
Yes.
And I should include, do you know the location where Darrell Brooks was arrested?
Objection. I don't consent to being called that name. Speculative.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
Yes, I'm aware he was arrested on Elizabeth Street.
Okay. And are you aware of reports to other officers as far as citizens that had contact with Mr. Brooks in the area of Elizabeth Street?
Objection. I don't consent to being called that name.
Noted. The witness may answer.
Yes, I'm aware.
All right. Behind you, sir, is a large poster board that's facing backwards. I'm going to ask you to please assist me by putting that face forward on the easel behind you.
Can you please tilt that so that the court and Mr. Brooks can see as well?
Yes, and we're also going to put up the digital copy, Your Honor. I just wanted to.
Oh, okay. Then that's fine then. Thank you.
I'll have him work off the digital copy, but before you sit down, Detective Rowe, in the bottom right-hand corner of that poster board, there is a sticker. Do you see that?
Yes, objection leading.
Could you help us by telling us the exhibit number? I'm sorry.
That's okay. It's foundational. I'll allow the question to be asked. Go ahead and finish your question and answer.
What's the exhibit number, Detective Rowe?
130.
Okay.
Thank you.
Detective Rowe, do you believe that exhibit 130 is an accurate summary of the travels and the contacts by Mr. Brooks on the evening of November 21, 2021?
Objection. I don't consent to being called that name.
The witness may answer.
Yes.
Move to admit 130 and permission to publish, Your Honor.
Objection.
I'm sorry, I cut you off. What's the basis, if you know?
Let me see.
All right, the objection is noted. It is overruled. Exhibit 130 is received. Permission to publish. An electronic copy is granted.
Thank you. All right. Detective Rowe, I know we're back out so we can see the whole map at this point. We will zoom in a moment, but the northernmost event that's reflected on the map reads what?
Officer Skolton shoots at SUV at 4:39 p.m.
Okay. Do you know that to be accurate based on your knowledge of this investigation?
Objection, lady.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
Yes.
And then there appears to be a red line from that point going south down the middle or right side of the map. Do you see what I'm referring to, sir?
Objection, lady.
Overruled. It's foundational. The witness may answer.
Yes, I do.
What does that red line from the star where we noted Officer Skolton fired, the red line going south, what does that represent, sir?
The solid red line is the route taken by vehicle.
Okay. And where did it go? What roads?
Objection, lady.
Overruled. Go ahead and answer.
Vehicle traveled south on Northwest Avenue, made a left-hand turn to go east onto Prospect Court. Vehicle then drove behind some residences on Maple Avenue before coming to a rest in the driveway of 338 Maple.
Okay, I'm going to ask Ms. Gussie to please zoom in on that upper right-hand quadrant of the exhibit, please. And specifically the area of 338 Maple, please. Okay. So you said the vehicle traveled through the backyards off of Prospect Court, is that right?
Objection, accident.
Sir, please wait until I rule on the objection. The objection is noted. It's overruled. Now you may answer.
Okay. Can you just, that's a touch screen in front of you, so just kind of point out the area that you're speaking of right now.
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?
Yes. Using the touch screen, can you point out the path of the vehicle that you just were describing for us?
Objection, lady.
Overruled. Go ahead.
And when it came down West Avenue, right?
Yes.
And what road did it turn onto?
It turned east onto Prospect Court.
And then when it turns off of Prospect Court, is that a road?
Objection, lady.
I'm sorry, when it left Prospect, I'm sorry.
Sir, which question were you objecting to?
Last one.
About which way it turned? Or turning onto Prospect?
The way it was actually.
You know what? I don't even remember what it was, so I'll sustain it and ask the state to re-ask.
Okay, sure. At some point, did the vehicle leave Prospect Court?
Yes, it did.
When it did that, was it on a roadway?
No.
So the line you drew from south from Prospect Court represents what, sir?
Objection, lady.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
Backyards?
On the far right corner of the map, do you see a blue dot in the same area we're talking about here?
Objection, lady.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
Yes.
And what does that represent, please?
The camera at Les Paul School?
And what's the address of Les Paul School?
Objection.
If you know, or the street?
Overruled. The witness may answer.
I don't know the address, but it is right off Maple.
Okay. And you see just below that, there's a yellow dot with the name Waukesha Officer Sailors. You see that?
I do.
Okay. Now, you've stopped drawing your line there, your yellow line over the red line. You see what I'm referring to?
Yes.
And in that area, I noticed the line becomes dashed. Do you see that?
Yes.
Objection, lady.
Overruled. The witness may answer. Again, please wait till I rule on the objection.
Yes.
Thank you.
What's the difference between the red solid line and the dashed line, sir?
The dashed line is the path that the defendant took on foot.
Okay. And do you see then, moving back to the left on the map, the two boxes in white depicting where the sandals were recovered?
Objection, lady.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
Yes.
Is that consistent with your recollection, sir?
Yes.
The dashed line then moves, so there's two green X's, correct? You see where I'm referring to, sir?
Objection, lady.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
Yes.
And then the red dashed line moves to the left or west from the second green X, correct?
Yes.
What's going on at this point, sir?
This is a point where the defendant is traversing through yards towards the west.
Okay. And did we just see the video of him crossing the street there on Dunbar?
Objection, lady.
Overruled.
Yes.
Move up a little, please, or more to the back. Yep, there we go. Okay.
Clear the line, please, Jennifer.
Is the Wyndham building on this map, sir?
Yes.
Could you point it out? Did we just see the two videos from those two cameras at the Wyndham building in the last exhibit, 131?
Objection, leading.
Overruled, the witness may answer.
Yes.
Okay. Keep going south on the map. What's the next event that's noted, sir?
Do you want, can we clear?
Yeah, yes, clear. I'm sorry.
Thank
And
you.
maybe we can move further south on the map. Thank you.
So the first thing that I see is makes a phone call at 4:47 p.m. Dominic Caprone at 417 Central Avenue.
Okay. Is that the location of Central Avenue, sir? I'm sorry, 417 Central Avenue?
Objection, leading.
Overruled, the witness may answer.
Yes, it is.
Okay. And are you aware of conversation also reported by Sean Backler at his residence on Central Avenue?
Yes.
Is his residence shown on the map, sir?
Yes.
Can you please circle these two conversations that you just identified for us?
Objection, leading.
Overruled, you may indicate on the map.
Okay. Now I see the dash line moving to the west again. Do you see that, sir?
Yes.
What's happening in this area, please?
Objection, speculative.
Overruled, the witness may answer.
This is the camera at 126 Central Avenue. Mr. Brooks is seen on camera moving to the west at 4:48 p.m.
Was that in exhibit 131 that we just showed the jury?
Objection, leading.
Overruled, you may answer.
Yes.
Which video was that one? Do you remember?
Objection, leading.
Overruled, you may answer.
It was the I believe the last video that we had watched prior to showing the map.
Okay. Now at this point, the dash line ends. Is that right?
That's correct.
Why is that?
Objection, speculative.
I'll allow the witness to give his opinion.
Because we don't have any indication as to where or when Mr. Brooks crossed West Avenue to get to Elizabeth Street.
Are you aware that there's a report of contact between Mr. Brooks and a witness identified as Aaron Cordes?
Objection, leading.
Overruled, the witness may answer.
Yes, I'm aware.
And is that area where that meeting occurred depicted on this map?
Yes, it is.
Where did that meeting occur?
It happened just west of Northwest Avenue on Elizabeth Street.
And is Aries Industries shown on this map, sir?
Yes, it is.
Could you identify Aries Industries? Are you aware of video from that location showing person appearing to be Mr. Brooks approaching the front door lobby of the business?
Objection, I don't consent to be called that name.
Noted, the witness may answer.
Speculative.
Overruled, the witness may answer.
Yes.
Okay. And then finally, the last red X on the bottom left corner there, what does that depict, sir?
That depicts 553 Elizabeth Street, the location of arrest, which was at 5:14 p.m. And that is the residence of Daniel Ryder. And Mr. Brooks Mason received a phone call at 5:03 to 5:05 p.m.
Do you believe this map is an accurate documentation of the investigation, again, as to the travel of Darrell Brooks this evening, on the evening of November 21?
Objection, speculative, and I don't consent to be called that name.
Your objections are noted. Overruled, the witness may answer.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Sure. Do you believe this map is an accurate summary of the travel and whereabouts of Darrell Brooks at various points on the evening of November 21?
Objection, speculative, and I don't consent to be called that name.
Your objections are noted. They are overruled, the witness may answer.
Yes.
All right, thank you, Detective. I don't have any other questions.
Any cross-exam for this witness, sir?
Yep.
All right, thank you. Begin when you're ready.
So, Officer Rowe, you repeatedly referred to the alleged defendant's name. How did you come into that information?
Based on the entirety of the investigation.
And when did you come into the knowledge of the alleged defendant's name?
I don't remember.
When did your part of the investigation start?
After he drove the SUV through the parade, I was called at home to come in and help the departments with the investigation.
And just so we clear for the record, is the jury asking you questions or me?
I'm sorry, I did not hear the question. Repeat your question. Please.
Well, I was referring to when I ask a question, he turns towards the jury as if they're the ones asking the question.
That's not a question, Your Honor.
It is a question.
We did ask a question about that.
Yes.
I think you're asking, why does he do that? To that extent, the witness thinks, or?
I'm here to present the case to the jury.
So I follow that fundamentally. But for the sake of making sure you hear the questions right, wouldn't it be fair to say that you should pay attention to the questions being answered, or being asked, rather?
Assumes fact, not evidence.
Sustained as to the form of the question, please rephrase.
Wouldn't it make sense to focus on the questions so you can hear them clearly?
Objection argumentative, still assumes fact, not evidence.
Sustained.
You made reference to you being here to present the case to the jury. So is that the reason why you decided to testify?
Objection to the relevance.
Grounds.
Overrule the witness may answer.
I don't understand your question.
Were you able to hear my question clearly?
I don't understand your question.
Were you able to hear my question clearly?
Objection argumentative, Your Honor.
Sustained. Next question, please. Or rephrase the previous question to the one that was asked just now.
What was not understood about the question that you were asked?
Objection argumentative.
Grounds.
Sustained. As to the form of the question, please rephrase.
What wasn't clear about what I was asking?
Same objection, Your Honor.
Grounds.
The objection is sustained. Let's go back and ask the question that he says he didn't understand and rephrase it, please, or move on. Your choice.
Was your sole reason for testifying here today?
Objection relevance.
Let's let Mr. Brooks get the question out.
Go ahead, Judge. I thought that was it.
Are you testifying today strictly to prove your case to the jury?
Objection, misstatement of his testimony.
Grounds. That's what he said.
Sustained as to the form of the question, misstates the prior testimony.
That's what he said. So why did you decide to testify here today?
Objection, that's a legally inaccurate question, Your Honor.
Please rephrase the question. I'm sustaining the question asked as to the form of the question.
I don't know how I'm supposed to rephrase that without having the same form of the question. That helps.
I'll rule if there's an objection, but ask a question, please.
Did you seek to testify here today in this matter?
No.
So how did you ultimately come to that decision?
Objection, that's a misstatement, Your Honor. It was not his decision.
Sustained as to the form of the question assumes a fact, not an evidence.
Were you subpoenaed?
Yes.
Do you recall by whom you were subpoenaed to testify?
District Attorney Sue Opper from the Waukesha County District Attorney's Office.
And at that time you were subpoenaed, you decided to testify?
I don't believe it's my decision.
Well, it would be fair to say that you didn't have to show up, right? That'd be fair to say?
No, I had to show up.
But would it be fair to say that you could have chosen not to?
No, it would not be fair to say that.
Exhibit 131 that was shown to you. Have you seen that video footage before today?
Yes, I have.
Do you recall who showed it to you before today?
I don't recall who showed it to me.
Would it be fair to say you've seen it multiple times before today?
Yes, I've seen it a number of times.
And do you recall when you were first shown that video?
Not off the top of my head.
Was it the same day of the incident, the days following, sometime after?
I don't recall when I saw the video the first time.
And what about Exhibit 130? Had you seen that video footage before today?
Objection, Your Honor, 130 is a map.
Or the map? Have you seen the map before today? I don't really think it's.
Just for the record, I'll sustain the objection just because it referenced the wrong number, but I believe you rephrased. So go ahead, the witness may answer.
Can you ask the question again, please?
Had you seen the map of Exhibit 130 before today?
Yes, I have.
Multiple times as well?
Yes, numerous times.
Any idea why you viewed it so many times, multiple times?
Unsure.
Were you able to obtain any more information upon seeing the map numerous times that you didn't obtain when first seeing the map?
No.
So it'd be fair to say you pretty much knew what the map was detailing each and every time you saw it.
Yes.
And on that map, Exhibit 130, you made reference to at some point the dotted line, and it stops at some point. That'd be fair to say?
Could you be more specific?
The dotted line that was referred to on the map.
Do you want the map brought up? Would that be helpful to you?
Or maybe it might be helpful to him.
He's got the large map, but if you want to.
So if you can see the dotted line on the map behind you.
Yes.
Is it fair to say that the dotted line stops at some point? Around Central Avenue, maybe?
Yes, there's a couple lines that seem to come to Central Avenue or egress out of Central Avenue that do stop.
And you stated that, well, what was the reason that you stated that line stops, the dotted line?
Stated that it's because we don't know the exact location where you cross the street to get over to Elizabeth Street.
And were there no cameras present at that point, or how did you lose the path of travel at that point?
We didn't find any cameras or any eyewitnesses in that area.
So it'd be fair to say at that point you weren't sure what happened.
I know that you crossed the street at some point. We just don't know where.
How do you know that?
Because you were arrested on Elizabeth Street.
Did you see any crossing of, I think you said that was West? That'd be West Avenue that you were referring to, that you don't see any crossing of?
What's your question?
Is that West Avenue that you stated that you didn't see any crossing of?
That is Northwest Avenue.
Or Northwest Avenue, I'm sorry, I don't know the streets. Northwest Avenue. And you don't have any visual footage or any eyewitnesses, as you said, to say for sure if Northwest Avenue was crossed?
We didn't obtain any witness statements or any eyewitness or any video of the suspect crossing the street.
And what day were you doing your part of the investigation? Was that the same evening or the next few days after the incident, or?
Can you clarify which investigation you're talking about?
The one that you took part in, your part of the investigation.
I don't understand what time frame you're asking for.
What day did you start your part of the investigation?
Well, we started the investigation as soon as he ran people over in the parade.
You were there?
I responded to the parade after he had done that.
Were you at the parade?
No, I was not.
So it'd be fair to say you were on call?
No, I was not.
So it'd be fair to say you don't know when your part of the investigation started then, right?
Would not be fair to say that.
You don't recall what time it was when you started your part of the investigation?
As soon as I responded.
And you don't recall when you were dispatched to respond?
It's in my report. I don't remember the time exactly, but it's in my report.
And at that time, did you know the identity or name of any alleged suspects at that time that you were dispatched?
The time that I was sent to the city of Waukesha, I did not know the identity of the suspect.
You made reference to a report. Do you recall when you wrote that report, or did you write the report yourself?
Yes, I typically type my own reports.
And do you recall when you submitted that report?
I have no idea what day I submitted the report.
So when you were first dispatched, what did you do?
I drove to the city of Waukesha and met with members at the Waukesha Police Command Unit.
And were you dispatched to any location from that point?
I was not dispatched.
Were you sent to any location from that point?
I was assigned with taking a number of investigators with myself and walking the entire parade route, going from establishment to establishment, bar to bar, restaurant to restaurant, and obtaining phone numbers and names of people who were present at the parade and who had witnessed something and would be followed up with later by a member of the Detective Bureau.
So it'd be fair to say you did some interviews at that time?
Yes.
Do you recall how many?
No.
And after conducting these interviews, what did you do?
Went home.
So at that time, after conducting your interviews and then going back to your home, did you have the name or ID of any suspects at that time?
Yes.
And whom were you told by?
I don't recall.
Do you recall who you submitted your typed report to?
I don't understand your question.
Do you recall who you submitted your typed police report to?
No.
I'm assuming your law enforcement agency doesn't type up reports and just leave them sitting on the desk. Would that be fair to say?
That'd be correct.
Any reason why you wouldn't recall who you gave your report to?
Well, it's electronically submitted.
And from there, does it have a specific sergeant or lieutenant or captain or someone that it goes to from that point? If you recall, or if you know?
I wouldn't know.
So it'd be fair to say, once you type a report and submit it, you're not sure who sees it.
Correct.
Would you say it's fair that because of you not knowing who your report is submitted to, that your report can be altered in some kind of way? Especially being that you don't know who sees it?
The reports are done via PDF style reporting. It's protected by my username and my password. And when it's submitted, it's usually not altered unless I request it to be altered.
But it is fair to say that there's a possibility that it could be tampered with because you don't know for sure who all sees it.
It's entirely inaccurate.
How so?
My report is accurate. Right? My report is the way that it was written, the way that I wrote it myself.
So you've had a chance to read your submitted report after you submitted it?
Yes.
And to the best of your knowledge, is exactly word for word as you remember typing it?
It is my report. It is what I typed, and it is accurate.
Word for word?
Yes.
Do you recall how many pages long the report was?
Objection, relevance.
Grounds.
Sustained. Not relevant. Please move on.
Do you recall if the report was lengthy?
Objection, relevance.
Grounds.
Sustained. Next question. Please.
Grounds for the sustain.
Relevance.
And you stated that you read the report after you submitted it. Do you know how long it was before you were able to see the report that you typed?
Objection, relevance.
Grounds.
Sustained.
Well, he already answered that.
Then I'll object as asked and answered, Your Honor.
Sustained.
That question wasn't answered. Okay. I see. Do you recall when you typed your report?
Objection, relevance.
Grounds.
Sustained. Not relevant.
How's that not relevant if you already answered that you typed your report?
Please continue, sir.
Grounds for the sustain.
Relevant.
He answered that he typed the report. So how's it not relevant if he recalls when he typed it?
Please continue, sir.
You got to be kidding me. Did you file any claim related to this matter?
No.
Do you know of anyone who did?
Did what?
Do you know of anyone who filed a claim in relation to this incident?
No.
Do you know who the plaintiff is in this incident?
Objection,
Grounds.
relevance.
You may answer that question. Go ahead.
Yes, question again?
Do you know who the plaintiff is in this incident?
Well, plaintiff would be the state of Wisconsin.
Is the state of Wisconsin a human being or entity?
Objection,
Grounds.
argumentative.
Sustained. On relevance grounds.
Have you ever had any interaction with the plaintiff in this incident?
Objection.
Grounds.
Relevant, legally inaccurate.
Grounds.
Sustained is to the form of the question.
Were you ever contacted by the plaintiff in this incident?
Same objection, Your
Grounds.
Honor.
Sustained is to the form of the question.
Would you call the state of Wisconsin a living, breathing human being? or
Asked and
entity?
answered.
Grounds, because I didn't ask that question.
It's not relevant. Sustained. Next question.
It's very relevant. Seems like there's no plaintiff.
Jury will disregard statements made by
Oh,
the
man,
attorneys
come on, man,
and the
we're trying to
parties.
be
They are
slick.
not evidence. Please
Stop
ask
trying to
the
be
question.
So to your knowledge, the plaintiff is the state of Wisconsin. Do you see him present in the courtroom today?
Objection,
Grounds.
irrelevant.
Sustained.
Can you
Relevance.
identify the plaintiff state of Wisconsin?
Same objection.
Grounds.
Sustained. Sir, please continue with, and not on this topic. Next question, please.
To the best of your knowledge, you're not even sure if you've ever even had any interaction with the plaintiff state of Wisconsin, correct?
Objection, argumentative and compound.
Grounds.
Sustained.
Definitely wasn't compound. Would you consider yourself an injured party in this incident?
Objection,
Grounds.
argumentative.
The witness may answer.
No.
Have you read or seen the complaint?
No.
No further questions.
All right, thank you, sir. Can I redirect?
No, thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. You may step down.
Detective Rowe should be dismissed, please. And yes, could we get the exhibit?
Yeah, why don't you grab that exhibit and take it? That one has the exhibit sticker, correct? Right, we can keep it by the state for now, and then later on it can be brought over to the clerk. All right, the state may call its next witness.
He's gonna call Special Ryan Schultz.
Good afternoon, sir. If you would please make your way to the witness stand. When you get there, please remain standing. Raise your right hand, and my clerk, Teresa, who's on my left, will swear you in. Do we need this easel up? No. All right. We're gonna have to.
Yeah, or Detective Franklin can retrieve it.
Yes, she's gonna be ready. Thank you. All right, thank you, sir. Please remain standing. Raise your right hand.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Thank you, sir. Please have a seat. First thing I will ask you to do is to state your first and last names for the record and then spell each.
Ryan Schultz, RyanSchultz.
Thank you. Go ahead, your witness.
Thank you.
Sir, how are you employed?
I work for the Wisconsin State Patrol.
How long have you been in law enforcement?
I've been in law enforcement since 2014.
Have all those years been with the Wisconsin State Patrol?
Yes.
What is your current position?
My current position is the mechanical inspector for the Wisconsin State Patrol Technical Reconstruction Unit.
Can you describe the duties of that position?
Overruled. The witness may answer.
My job basically is to conduct thorough and systematic inspections of vehicles that have been involved in crashes. That can entail something as simple as taking photographs and looking at light bulbs to something more in depth, where I actually take the vehicles apart and actually look at the moving parts of the vehicles.
Did you receive any training in order to perform those duties?
Objection, relevance.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
Yes.
Can you briefly describe that training for the jury?
Objection, relevance.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
A lot of the training that I received was on the job from prior inspectors. Prior to this, I was a diesel mechanic. And in addition to that, I have ASE and SAE certifications.
And not having any interest in cars, what are those certifications?
Objection, leading.
Overruled. Foundational. The witness may answer.
SAE is for the electrical components in a car, basically, for the part that I'm certified in. ASE is for the mechanical components, which stands for the Automotive Service Excellence, is what I believe it stands for.
What is the purpose of a mechanical inspection?
The purpose of a mechanical inspection is to determine if there was anything that was incorrect, defective, or broken on a vehicle prior to the crash that would have caused the vehicle itself to cause or contribute to the crash.
On December 6, 2021, were you directed to go to the Wisconsin State Crime Lab to view a vehicle?
Objection, leading.
Overruled. The witness may answer. It's foundational. Go ahead.
Yes.
What information did you have prior to going to that location?
Objection, speculative.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
The information that I was given is that I was to set up an appointment there to look at a Ford Escape that had been involved in a crash in the parade in Waukesha.
Did you go to that location on that date?
Yes, I did.
Did you do a mechanical inspection of the vehicle that you were sent to look at?
Objection, leading.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
Yes, I did.
After performing your inspection, did you draft a report?
Yes, I did.
And did that report contain the findings of your mechanical inspection from December 6th?
Objection, leading.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
Yes.
I provided to you prior to you going up on the stand what's been marked as State's Exhibit 83. Do you have that in front of you?
Yes.
Can you briefly identify it for how it's labeled, how many pages it consists of?
What exhibit is that?
Exhibit 83.
It's the Crash Reconstruction Mechanical Inspection Report.
The whole report is exhibit 83?
Correct.
Yes.
The whole report?
Go ahead. I haven't ruled on it yet, so go ahead and ask your questions.
Sir, how many pages does this report consist of?
10.
And that is front and back sides?
Correct.
Objection.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
And on the face sheet of Exhibit 83, what information does it contain on that as it relates to this investigation?
At the top, it contains a case number and recon number, which match my name, the reconstructionist, and then it begins the report and vehicle identification information. And then on the bottom, it's marked with exhibit number 83.
What car were you inspecting?
Objection, leading.
Overruled, the witness may answer.
2010 Ford Escape.
And what color was it?
Objection, leading.
Overruled, you may answer.
Red.
And the license plate number associated with that vehicle?
A. Adam, D. David, P. Paul, 9256.
And on the report, the vehicle identification number on Exhibit 83, where did that information come from?
The vehicle identification number I verify on the inside of the door jamb of the vehicle. There's two VINs on each vehicle. One's a public VIN under the windshield and one is inside the door jamb of the vehicle. I always use the one inside the door jamb of the vehicle first, take note of it, and then cross-reference it with the public VIN on the vehicle to make sure that they both match.
And did they in this case?
Objection. I have the 10 pages. Nowhere on here does it say it's an exhibit. Nowhere on here.
That's because it was marked for purposes of trial. It has an exhibit sticker now. So your objection's noted, it's overruled, and
I'm not privy to the same.
the witness may answer the question. It's been marked as an exhibit. Go ahead, sir.
Can you restate the question? I forgot what it was.
I think I did too, but let's go with this one. Is the VIN number that you saw on the door, you said that you cross-referenced it with the VIN number, public VIN number. Did you do that in this case?
Yes.
And did they match?
Yes.
Does it give a drivetrain description on that first page or front page?
Yes, it does.
And first of all, I don't know what that means, but what is that?
Objection, leading.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
Drivetrain description describes the drive of the vehicle, basically how it's operated on the roadway. So in this case, it's an automatic transmission, doesn't have a clutch, you don't have to shift the gears, and it's front wheel drive, meaning that it's not all wheel drive or rear wheel drive like a pickup truck. It's just front wheel drive.
And is there a picture on the front of Exhibit 83?
Yes.
Objection, leading.
Overruled. The witness may answer. Just a reminder to wait until I rule on any objection. Thank you.
Yes.
And what is that picture of
It's a picture of the 2010 Escape.
that you did the mechanical inspection on?
Objection, leading.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
Yes,
Have you authored this report?
I did.
Have you had a chance to review it since you've authored it?
Yes.
Is the information contained within this report accurate?
Objection, leading.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
Yes, it is.
I would move State's Exhibit 83 into evidence.
Objection.
Your objection is noted. It is overruled. Exhibit 83 is received.
So my paperwork ever gonna say exhibit 83, or is it just gonna be this?
Mr. Brooks, I'll take that up outside the presence of the jury later, but we're going to
It
continue.
was
Go
brought
ahead.
up in front of the jury.
Mr. Brooks, we're going to continue with the questioning of this witness.
What are y'all trying to prove here?
Mr. Brooks, please. No one's. The exhibit, to my understanding, has previously been provided to you. You have it. It's now been marked as an exhibit for trial
Y'all got
purposes.
something I don't have though.
Go ahead.
That's not how it's supposed to work. It's supposed to be fair.
Attorney Basie, I trust that this was previously turned over.
It was, and I believe the defendant has a copy of it in front of him.
Thank you.
Where does it
Let's
say
continue.
exhibit 83? It doesn't say that this was.
Again, we'll take this up outside the presence of the jury later. It's not something we need to do right now. Go ahead, ask your questions.
Thank you, Your Honor. And I would object and move to strike from the record any commentary that the defendant was making in the last 5 minutes.
What was that?
Court will strike the commentary that was made. I'm not sure if it was picked up or not, but as a reminder to the jurors, the statements made by parties and lawyers are not evidence. The testimony and other evidence that's received is the evidence the jury will ultimately consider. Go ahead.
Thank you. Sir, can you briefly describe the condition of the vehicle when you inspected it on December 6th?
Yeah, the vehicle had quite a bit of front end damage. The bumper cover was pushed back. The grille was pushed back into the engine bay and into the radiator. That was also pushed backwards in towards the engine. The hood was folded up in the air. Both lights were broken out of the front. There was quite a bit of debris and unknown things stuck to the exterior of the vehicle. And there was also some damage to the sides of the vehicle.
Do you know why you had to go to the Wisconsin State Crime Lab in order to do the inspection?
Objection, leading.
Overrule, the witness may answer.
I was requested to go to the state crime lab to do the inspection because they had not yet completed DNA sampling. So until they had it finished, it was going to be retained inside the crime lab. So in the interest of not moving the vehicle again, once they were done with DNA, they had me come to the crime lab to do the testing and inspection.
So the first section of your report, and I'm just going to direct your attention to page 3 of Exhibit 83, talks about the tires and the suspension and tie rods. Do you see that?
Objection, leading.
Overrule, the witness may answer.
Yes. And can you describe to the jury what part of the inspection, describe this part of the inspection?
Objection.
Overruled, the witness may answer. The report's been received by the court, and the state may direct the witness to various points at its discretion.
When was it made an exhibit? Because I wasn't aware of that.
Go ahead, Attorney Basie. You may continue.
Thank you. Sir, can you describe the information contained in the first section of the report under the heading tires, wheels, steering, suspension, brakes?
Objection leading.
Overruled, the witness may answer.
So under this section, it's broken down into 4 parts. One for axle 1 left, which is the driver's side front axle. The left side would refer to it as you're sitting in the vehicle facing forward. The right side would refer to the passenger side. So axle 1 is the frontmost axle. Axle 2 is the rearmost, left and right, and it breaks each individual wheel end component systems down. And then from that, I take each one apart and inspect them thoroughly: brakes, tires, steering components on the front axle, obviously, suspension condition, and anything else that's at the wheel end that I can inspect.
And did you do that in this case?
Yes.
What observations did you make?
First, on axle 1 left, which would be the driver's side front, the tie rod end was worn. About 1/8 of an inch of play in the tie rod end in the ball joint itself. So when you turn the steering wheel or turn the wheel, there was a little bit of play in the tie rod. Still attached, still intact, still functioning, still able to steer the vehicle, but just worn to the point that it needed replacement before it got any worse.
Was that something that would create any problems in operating the car, for example, on November 21st, 2021?
Objection speculative.
Overruled, this witness may answer. He's been qualified under 907-02. I direct your attention to 907-02 through 907-07, Mr. Brooks. Go ahead.
I don't consider the vehicle of that name, and that's referring to a specific date. How do we know that's not speculation?
The objections noted, it's overruled. The witness may answer.
It would not. The vehicle would still steer and drive just the same as any other vehicle. It would just have play in the steering wheel, and it would make a little bit of a clunking noise potentially when you turn the wheel. You would maybe hear a clunking noise from that left front tire rod.
Again, operationally, the person driving that car would have any trouble steering based upon that issue?
Not at all.
Okay. What other observations did you make?
Other observations I made were that all the tires were evenly worn on all 4 axle ends. I believe it was the left rear. Yep, the left rear axle, the tire on that axle was bigger than the other 3. So there's also a chart reference later in my report that shows the difference between the 2. The tires that are recommended to be on the vehicle are size 235/70 R16, which was what was equipped on the vehicle, except on the left rear, which was 245/75 R16, which is 1 full size bigger in dimension and aspect ratio.
What, if any, impact would that have on how a person's ability to drive that vehicle?
So 1 size bigger in tire is usually not the end of the world, being that it's the single tire. It can have an effect, but it's on the rear of the vehicle. Being a front-wheel drive vehicle, the speeds are reported off of the front axle of that vehicle. So that's where the speedometer would get its speeds from. The only time it would be notable would be during a heavy ABS brake application, and that would be at a higher rate of speed with full brake application where the ABS system kicks in on the vehicle. That's where it could be noticeable. And by could be, I mean the sizes are very similar. They're about 1.5 inches in difference. Revolutions per mile are not that far apart. The ABS system might not even pick up a difference between the 2.
When you say at higher speeds, are we talking, what are we talking?
Higher speed.
Overruled, the witness may answer.
Higher speeds, I mean something like highway speeds, 55 miles an hour, 70 miles an hour or greater.
Any other observations made with regard to in that area?
The only other observations that I made were that all the brakes were in good working condition and had adequate thickness left on the brake pads for stopping of the vehicle. All 4 brakes were in good working shape and were able to be locked at the time of inspection.
So, and let me clarify if I didn't ask you this. The information you were provided was that this vehicle was involved in a crash?
Objection, asked and answered.
Overruled, given the nature of the testimony being provided. The state may clarify that. So go ahead, you may answer.
Yes.
And do you know the date of that crash?
I know it was in November. I don't know the exact date.
Thank you. So with regards to the braking system, was there anything, did you find anything at all in your inspection of that vehicle that would have caused the brakes not to work or not to work effectively on the date of the crash or prior to the crash?
Objection speculative.
Overruled, the witness may answer.
No, I did not.
Actually, since your inspection took place after the crash, would that be your same answer with regard to, as it was on December 6, 2021, there were no brake problems?
Objection speculative.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
That is correct. The brakes still functioned at the time of inspection fully.
What was the next area that you then inspected?
The next area that I inspected was the electronic system and general cabin system of the vehicle, cabin being where the occupants sit inside of the vehicle. I did that by examining light bulbs on the exterior of the vehicle and then systematically working my way into the vehicle where I could.
What observations did you make in that area?
Both headlights were, the lenses were damaged, but the lights were still working. The lights were in the high beam position and in the automatic position from the driver's cabin.
What does that indicate?
Objection leading.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
So that indicates that when the vehicle was left at the last time, that the vehicle headlights were in the automatic position, meaning that if it's dark enough out, that the headlights would turn themselves on, and the selector stick was in the high beam position, meaning that the last time the lights were in use, they were in high beam mode.
Thank you. Continue.
From there, just examine the throttle linkage, horn, and the other driver controls from inside the cabin.
So let's talk about the throttle controls. First of all, what is that?
So
Overruled. The witness may answer.
everyone's familiar with the throttle pedal in the vehicle. You press the pedal, it makes the vehicle accelerate. From there, on this specific vehicle, it's an electronic signal that is transferred from the throttle pedal to the throttle body on the vehicle's engine on the intake. That electrical signal opens a butterfly valve, which allows more air and fuel into the engine, speeds the engine up. If you let off the throttle, it reduces and closes that valve. On this particular vehicle, I checked the throttle pedal first inside the cab. It was free moving, no binding, no obstructions. I was able to smoothly press it to the floor and release it, and it acted just as it should. From there, I went under the hood of the vehicle. On this particular vehicle, the crime lab asked that I did not open the hood just because of the amount of DNA evidence on the front of the vehicle. They didn't want me to come in contact with anything. So they asked that I not open the hood if at all possible, which on this vehicle, I was able to still access the throttle because of the way the hood was bent up in the air. I was able to actually reach in from the side of the vehicle and access the throttle body components through the damaged hood portion where I normally would not have been able to reach. From there, I was able to look at the exterior of the throttle, and everything was in clean, clear working condition, no visible damage, no visible issues. I removed the intake tubing from the engine and inspected the actual throttle plate itself, which was in the closed position. Closed position indicates either an idle or that the vehicle is turned off. I was able to then actuate the butterfly valve itself from fully closed to fully open. And when I released it, it went back to fully closed, just as designed by Ford.
Did there appear to be any problems with the throttle?
No, there was not.
I know you call it a throttle, I call it a gas pedal. It's one and the same, correct?
Objection leading.
Sustained is to the form of the question. Please rephrase.
What is the difference between a gas pedal and a throttle?
Nothing.
Thank you. What was your next area?
The next area I went on to was the seat belts inside the vehicle. And then from there, I actually was able to test the vehicle for function.
Did you then come to a conclusion section of your report?
I did.
And is that starting on page 5 of 10?
Yes.
Okay. Did you check the power steering system?
I did.
And what observations did you make of that?
Aside from the ball joint that was loose that I described earlier, the entire rest of the power steering system was intact and functioning properly.
So there are no problems that would cause the car not to steer appropriately?
Objection leading.
Sustained is to the form of the question. Please rephrase.
Did you observe any problems with regard to the steering?
Aside from the ball joint, no.
Thank you. Now, in your report, you indicate a gross vehicle weight rating. Do you see that on page 5 of 10?
Objection relevancy.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
Yes, I do.
What is that?
The gross vehicle weight rating is the amount of weight that the vehicle can physically carry safely, and that number is administered by the manufacturer.
So that includes people within that car? Is that what you're saying?
Objection speculative.
Overruled. The witness may answer based upon his training and experience.
Yes, that would include all the vehicle weight, occupants, and cargo.
And the curb weight, what is that? I mean, generally, what is it? Not
Objection leading.
Overruled. The witness may answer based upon his training and experience.
The curb weight of the vehicle is the weight of the vehicle as it rolls off the floor at the assembly plant. And that's without fuel and coolant and oil and things like that. And it's a dry weight of the vehicle. It's what the vehicle itself with nothing in it physically weighs.
Thank you. If someone had reported hearing a clicking sound while this car was driving in front of them, was there anything that you found in your report that would be consistent with a clicking sound being heard?
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
There was a lot of damage to the front of the vehicle. It would be impossible to say what a clicking noise could come from, being as there's a lot of moving components under the hood with the belt pulley, the engine fan, things like that. Anything could be stuck in a tire. It would be impossible to say if there would be a clicking noise from this vehicle. I was actually not able to drive it physically to test it. I was only able to just start it.
Can I ask why you weren't able to drive it?
Objection, relevancy.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
There's actually two reasons I was unable to drive it. One, again, with DNA evidence on the exterior of the vehicle. Two, there wasn't enough gas in the vehicle to move it.
Okay. So the car was on empty when you observed it?
Objection, leading.
Sustained as to the form of the question.
How much gas was in the car when you inspected it?
Objection, leading. Ask the answer.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
There was, the gauge read E for empty, and the notation on the infotainment center originally said 2 miles to empty, and then on the second key cycle it said 1 mile to empty.
When you said key cycle, when you started it, or when you turned the key, what observations, if any, did you make?
Objection, leading.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
So when I tried to start the vehicle, it was very sluggish. It turned over, but it wouldn't fire, it wouldn't do anything. And then it made like a hiccup sound, like it was going to try to start, mimicking basically a vehicle that's out of fuel. And when I tried turning the key again, then the vehicle actually did start, did idle, and did run like it was supposed to. That's when I saw that the fuel gauge, the distance to empty gauge, went from 2 miles to 1 mile, indicating that the vehicle was very much so out of fuel almost. And I recorded this with my camera, and I tapped the throttle to do a rev test on the engine. The engine revved and went back to an idle. When it went back to an idle the second time, it then sputtered and turned off.
Which would indicate what?
Would indicate that it's not getting enough fuel to run correctly.
Thank you. Now, if a witness had testified that when the vehicle went in front of them, they heard a high-pitched, like a revving sound, based upon your examination, what would that be consistent with?
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
There's a lot of different things that could cause that. It could be heavy acceleration from someone pressing the throttle on a vehicle. It could be noise that is amplified because the engine bay is now open to the exterior, so you can hear the engine noises coming from the engine bay of the vehicle. It could be an exhaust-related item. It could be a lot of different things, to be honest.
When you were doing an examination of the undercarriage of the vehicle, did you observe a muffler?
No, I did not.
I want to show you what's been previously admitted, Exhibit 73. It'll show on the screen in front of you, and I'd ask that be published as well.
Objection, leading.
Overruled. Permission to publish 73.
Sir, do you see the picture that's marked Exhibit 73? It's not actually marked, but it is Exhibit 73.
I do.
What is depicted in that photograph?
Objection, speculative.
Overruled based on his training and experience. The witness may answer.
That it appears to be an exhaust muffler and a couple chunks of wood and overturned dirt.
The muffler that's observed in this picture, would that be consistent or inconsistent with a 2010 Ford Escape?
Objection, speculative.
Overruled. This witness may answer and provide an opinion. Go ahead.
By just looking at a picture.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
Y'all think y'all.
You can cross-examine the witness about that, sir.
I'm
Go
not
ahead.
too. Y'all trying to pull a fast one.
It is a vehicle muffler. Without seeing the ends of it and where the inlet, outlet are, and actual measurements, it would be impossible to see what vehicle it came from, but it is an automotive muffler.
And sir, at the end of your inspection, do you come to a conclusion with regard to the mechanical fitness of this vehicle?
I do.
And what was that conclusion?
My conclusion was that the tie rod on the left front end of the vehicle that's responsible for steering, the joint was worn and had been worn prior to the crash. This is not something that just happens immediately or overnight. If it would have been due to crash damage that this was damaged, I would expect to have seen a lot more impact in that area with bent metal or distorted items. The tie rods are very tough parts, so that to me indicates that it was worn prior to the crash occurring. And the tire, obviously, unless somebody changed it in between the crash occurring, in my inspection, the tire was a different size than the other three prior to the crash, and it had been driven like that. I did not see any issues from the tie rod affecting steering as far as it relates to the alignment of the vehicle. Once things are worn and they start to get excessively worn, they manifest themselves in incorrect tire wear. A tire might chop or feather. That was not present on this vehicle. Had the left rear tire been an issue on the vehicle, I would have expected to see that manifest itself in an ABS, which is an anti-lock brake system failure or a trouble code in the vehicle. When I ran the vehicle and with key in the ignition in the on position, there were no diagnostic trouble codes present on this vehicle indicating any issue whatsoever.
And two things that I guess I need to cover. Do you check to see if there are any recalls of a vehicle in coming to your conclusion?
Objection, speculative, and do we still need this exhibit?
Thank you. We can take that down, and your objection's noted. It's overruled. The witness may answer.
I do check for recalls, yes.
Were there any on this vehicle?
There were not recalls on this vehicle. There was only an extended service warranty from Ford, which had since elapsed due to the mileage on the vehicle.
Now, you talked about the brake system in terms of the brake pedal within the car and its that was operating correctly. Do you recall that testimony?
Objection, leading.
Overruled. It's foundational. The witness may answer.
Yes, I do.
Now, when a person activates that brake pedal, what is happening within the car?
There's actually a lot of things that happen within the car when you activate the brake pedal. When you press the brake pedal, it pushes on it's called a push rod, but it actually pulls on it. It pulls on the rod, which goes into the brake master cylinder, and that master cylinder is what pumps hydraulic fluid from the brake fluid reservoir to each independent wheel. On this vehicle, it's equipped with anti-lock brakes. It goes through an ABS modulator first. From there, it sends a signal out to stop or slow down, depending on the amount of pressure that you apply inside the cab. Depends on how much braking force you get at the wheel ends. In a very heavy brake application, as I had discussed before, where the vehicle is still trying to maintain momentum, the ABS system can override, and that's where you would get the vibration in the pedal that many of you may have felt before. That's your ABS system doing its job, not allowing the wheels to lock themselves up. What it's actually doing is pulsating the fluid in the vehicle.
And when you talk about brake pads, how do the brake pads, where are they located, and how do they relate to the pressing down of a brake pedal?
Objection, leading.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
So when the brake fluid reaches each wheel end, there's a set of calipers with pistons, and those pistons actually come out and they act like a clamp, and they squeeze the two brake pads together. They're located between the two sides of the piston and on the exterior of the brake rotor. And what that does is it creates a pinching motion, and that pinching motion slows the rotation of the disc down, which is the brake disc, which is attached to the wheel hub. And that's what slows the vehicle.
And just for the record, he was using his right hand to demonstrate kind of a squeezing motion. He had it, and I would describe his hand in a C motion, maybe 3 to 4 inches between the thumb and the fingers, and then pressing together a couple of inches.
Thank you. Are there any other components to the braking system in a car?
Objection, leading.
Overruled.
There's a parking brake system in the vehicle.
But other than that, so you've covered every aspect of the braking system in this particular vehicle, is that correct?
Objection, speculative.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
Yes, I have.
Did you observe anything at all that would have prohibited this vehicle from stopping if the brake pedal had been applied?
No.
Is there anything that you observed or documented with it during or in your mechanical inspection report that would have contributed to the crashes that this car was involved in?
Objection, has to answer.
Overruled. The witness may answer.
No.
Thank you.
Good, thank you. Any questions answered?
During your inspection, did you see any bullet holes?
Yes, I did.
Do you recall where? Back up. Do you recall how many bullet holes you observed?
I do not recall a number of them. No, I knew there were more than one.
The ones that you observed, do you recall where they were?
I do believe one might have exited through either the windshield or rear window, and one was in the side of the vehicle, if I remember correctly.
And did you find any shell casings?
No, I did not.
And you said you did the inspection on December 6th?
That's correct.
Do you know if the vehicle had been do you know if anyone attempted to start the vehicle in between that time of the crash and your inspection?
Not to my knowledge, no.
But you don't know for sure?
That's correct.
You made reference to the left rear tire being bigger than the other tires?
Yes.
Can you give a little bit more clarity on how that would affect the vehicle?
So one larger tire on the vehicle would obviously make the vehicle lean ever so slightly away from whichever side is larger than the other. In this case, the amount of difference between the two tires, it's about 1.5 inches in difference in radius. So in radius, you get half of that amount in height. So it'd be about 3/4 inch difference in height. That amount of difference is not noticeable in a vehicle. The other thing that it would cause is premature tire wear from one side to the other over time, to where one tire might wear faster than the other. The suspension might not act correctly because it's not at the same ride height anymore. So eventually over time, those are things I would expect to potentially see from that. Each vehicle acts differently with different size tires on it. There's no one size fits all.
So different vehicles act differently to having a bigger fitting tire.
Yes.
You made reference to it to a vehicle leaning away from the side that's bigger.
Correct.
Would that in any way create a slight pull to the vehicle to either side?
In my experience, that small amount would not, no.
And you made reference to the high beams. I don't remember exactly what you said referring to the high beams. I guess you made reference to them being used at some point.
The high beams were activated when I did my inspection, meaning that when the headlights are on, they were in high beam mode. The selector stick was pressed forward for the high beams.
Why would a vehicle use high beams?
Usually a driver uses high beams to see better or to illuminate things better.
So that would primarily refer to if it was nighttime?
Correct.
Would you say, with your expertise, it wouldn't make sense for a vehicle to use high beams in the daytime?
There are limited uses for them in the daytime, yes.
And what are some of the uses from your knowledge?
Generally, the high beams shine brighter, so even with sunlight shining on them, other vehicles can see them. It's a thing that we use on the highway as law enforcement sometimes. We'll use the high beams at a crash scene. We'll turn the high beams on so oncoming traffic coming in during the daytime sees that brighter light from the vehicle. It's just a little bit of thing to help oncoming vehicles see.
So essentially be for identification purposes?
Not so much for identification, no.
Well, what do you mean when you refer to for oncoming traffic to be able to?
More for visibility is what I mean, so that it stands out to the other traffic. It doesn't look like it belongs because the lights look very bright. It gets the other driver's attention, the same as the red and blue lights on the top of the cars.
Gets them to notice that law enforcement is present.
Correct.
That's what I meant by ID purpose, for them to be able to see.
Then yes.
Were you able to inspect the entire engine?
I was not able to inspect the entire engine.
And what parts of the engine were you not able to inspect?
The only parts that I was unable to inspect would be down in the front by the belt pulleys area. I could see that the radiator was pushed into it, but I couldn't see what components had been damaged by that, as far as like water pump or anything like that. And I do not usually take the engines down, meaning I don't take them apart as part of my inspection anyways. My main under the hood inspection components would be non-engine related, aside from the throttle.
You made reference to the water pump. Did you notice any water leaking?
Yes, there was coolant that had leaked from the vehicle.
From the water pump?
I don't know where it actually had leaked from, but I know that there was a lack of coolant in the vehicle. It could have come from a lot of various different places. It was no longer leaking when I saw it. It was empty.
So you didn't actually observe it leaking?
Correct.
So it'd be fair to say you don't know where the leaking came from?
That's correct.
Were you told that the vehicle was leaking?
No, it just has a low coolant level, meaning it leaked from someplace or it had never been filled properly.
So at that time, it'd be fair to say you weren't sure if it had been filled properly or if it was leaking.
Either is possible.
But it'd be fair to say you didn't know for sure which of the two.
Correct.
You made reference to a loose ball joint. Can you give a little bit more clarity on exactly what is a ball joint?
So the ball joint is at the wheel end. When you turn your steering wheel in your vehicle, there's a shaft attached to the wheel, goes down to a rack and pinion system. The pinion is a round gear. The rack is a flat piece of metal with gear teeth on it. As you turn, it pushes the tie rods left and right. As you turn left and right, on the end of each of those tie rods is a ball and socket joint, much like the hip joint on a human being. It's a ball that fits inside of a socket. And what that does is it allows the wheel to turn left and right as it's being pushed by the tie rod without any binding or any issues in between.
That is clarity. I don't know anything about cars, so. And you said there was a loose ball joint?
Yes, the left front was loose.
And to what effect could that affect the vehicle?
The amount that it was loose, it would only wear more with more use. As those components start to wear down, they start to have a little play. The longer the vehicle is operated without proper repairs, the worse the play gets. The worse the play gets, then you can start having issues with improper tire wear and so on and so forth until it gets to the point that it actually separates. The ball and socket themselves will separate from each other.
And then what happens at that point?
If the ball and socket joints separate, you would lose steering at that wheel. The other wheel would still be able to steer.
From your inspection, can you tell roughly how long this loose or this ball joint was loose?
I cannot tell exactly how long, no. I can say that it was loose before the crash occurred, just based on the fact that it was worn, not broken.
So with your expertise, would it be fair to say that that needed to be taken care of?
Yes, that needed to be corrected.
And you made reference to the gas. The vehicle having difficulty starting. Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
And reference to the axles, you made reference to taking them off the vehicle?
The axle I do not take off of the vehicle at all.
What did you do in regards to the axle?
The axle ends, wheel ends, that's where the brake components are mounted. So I remove the wheel and tire from the actual axle end.
I think that's what I was referring to. I'm sorry if I misquoted. I know you made some reference to removing something. I just assume you meant the axle. When you inspect the axle and remove, you said the wheel?
Yes.
What is being inspected at that point?
So when I remove the wheel and tire from the vehicle, I remove all four of them one at a time. And that's where I actually look at the brake components themselves, being the brake pads, the brake calipers, pistons inside the caliper, brake rotors. And then I get a better view of the tie rod that I was just speaking about because it's actually next to the wheel on the axle end of the vehicle.
You said the tire rod?
The tie rod, ball joint that was loose.
Oh, okay. So I think you just were clear about the ball joint and tie rod. Is there a difference between the two?
Yes, the ball joint is the joint itself, and it's on the end of the tie rod.
Did you notice anything wrong with the tie rod? The actual tie rod, not the ball joint?
No, there was nothing wrong with the tie rod.
Hello, everybody. Sorry to interrupt the program schedule, but to start a new motion trial to be able to cover this, trial and everything, the motions trial of the Jason Chan out of Tennessee. What am I gonna do is very briefly, we're gonna go from this stream to the new one. The new one should already be up and ready to go. On the YouTube thing, just to keep keep things tidy and keep separate a little bit, so it's people know where to find things instead of having to zoom through the whole thing of Darrell Brooks and then to be able to hear this motion hearing. So I created a new live stream. I just want to check that is up and ready for you guys to go to. Just 1 second. Yes, it is ready. So if you guys go, I wish I could have the possibility of just sending everybody there, but I don't. So sadly we're gonna have to take the, let's call it, public transport and just go there manually. But I hope to see you everyone there very shortly. We're literally gonna go there now because the hearing starts in 5 minutes, and people can make their way and be there live. The stream is already up, so we'll go now. So see you soon. Bye bye. 10-4.